Because she did a very offensive Asian accent throughout the entirety of the song.
Hello, everybody. Welcome
Love it.
to our show. Is
Love that
Ninja
being,
still alive?
Is that the first line of the? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so,
It could still be worse. It could still be way worse.
oh,
Yep,
yeah.
just heard it. All right. Well,
We could talk about he who should not be named.
Or the other person who really should not fucking be named.
H-Man? Chris Chan? Who knows?
Yep, there we
Wonder
go.
Bread guy.
Have you guys seen Chris Chan's been uploading recently?
No.
Terminally
Stop.
online.
We're just gonna
Terminally
sail
online.
past that.
Welcome to the D&D podcast, where half the show is just talking about cursed things on the internet. I'm Barry.
Apparently.
And I'm Birch.
Are we actually live?
Yes,
Yes,
we
we're
are.
live.
So,
You are.
hello, and welcome back to the latest episode of Rough Rolling, where rolling above a 10 is a blessing and rolling above 15 is an act of God. I'm Gray, the Game Master, and as always, we're glad to have you here for another game of what sacrifices do the luck gods want this week, because last week wasn't nearly as favorable in that area. So, Birch, why don't you give us an idea of what has happened?
Okay, so last time we were walking out of the gauntlet and we were accosted by the person who had let us in, which I should have expected, but also a small crowd. And so we decided to discuss what would be the next best options as far as investigating the tunnel and dealing with our newfound fame. I don't recall exactly where everyone launched off to, mostly because I was deep in my cups. But I do believe some of us had followed up on various other leads as well.
Yes.
Yep. I was mainly attending to my jewelry business. We did manage to craft one of those big jewels we found in the Scarab King's tomb that was appraised at 5,000 gold. We are not sure if it is worth that much at all, but Gilgamesh went ahead and made one, and hopefully we can sell it and get a ton of money for it, because it's absolutely worth what we appraised it at.
100%, totally. And Atari did not roll bad at all.
Nope, not at all. I definitely have updated the rules related to that to make it not Pathfinders, but also to not be as overly generous. I think it's still considered fair. I have it up in the Pathfinder 1.5e document that I have linked in the Discord channel. Homebrew.
Oh, I did mean to say, with the new crafting rule changes, I feel my investments would be put better elsewhere.
Yeah, that's why I made those rules. And there totally won't be consequences for trying to sell, 3, 4, 5,000 gold piece jewelry pieces in a town of 20,000 or city of 20,000. Nope, not at all. Nope, not at all.
Why don't I just walk up to the gate of the keep and just start calling the prince poor because he can't afford my jewelry? I'm sure that would work out.
I mean, hey, it's not the dumbest thing you've done.
Yeah, why not fuck around and find out?
There's a very large list of dumb things Gilgamesh has done.
Yeah, I was gonna say, where on that list do you think accosting the prince of a sovereign nation would be?
It'd probably be up there, but not dumber than telling the vampires our plans. So,
Nope, that is by far the dumbest thing.
in
By
my
far.
defense, I was charmed. So,
It does happen.
But yes, I believe there were some of the players had gone off to do their own thing, mostly to get away from the city for a little while, and the others had to sort of definitely deal with the fallout of their activities in the Gauntlet, including meeting with a sworn of Azarian who had come to the chapter house, as well as the mayor of the city who approached Sven offering money to write a hyperbolic version of the run that they went through as a way to attract the Emperor's mobile court.
So we've had a deal of pressure applied to us, and might just be going after the vampire with our goddamn pants held by our hands.
Well, you guys went to sleep overnight. I believe the two of you are still cursed and sick. The underground crypt area has not been cleared, and has not been fully explored. That is not referencing the gauntlet. That is referencing the place that Gilgamesh fell down a 60-foot shaft into. Thing from the dumb list, but not very high up said dumb list. So.
I only fell down because I failed the check, so.
Yeah, you rolled like a 4, I think.
No,
These things happen.
Yeah, they do.
it's very likely that I will fall down the hole. I suck at climbing.
I didn't take like any damage from it though.
Yeah, you rolled really low in that one too.
Oh yeah. Did you have the ring of feather falling then?
No.
Oh, well. Won't have to worry about it in the future, I guess.
Yeah,
So-
Ring of Feather falls in the Vardo right now. I might grab it
Mhm.
eventually.
Also, the library of the Gauntlet has yet to be gone through, and since we've expressed some interest in that, that has definitely been updated in the sessions since. So that is still all there. You you guys passed the night. I believe everybody slept at the chapter house this previous night.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
Yeah.
about 8 o'clock in the morning comes around, and I'm figuring at least one of you is probably up thereabouts, or maybe at worst an hour later.
Ben's an early riser. Probably him.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Yeah, Vic could be up as well.
Gilgamesh always gets up early.
I'll probably be the last one up then.
Yeah, Phoenix is probably up later as well.
Okay.
Considering the previous night.
Those are the updated inspiration rules if somebody wants to take them out into their sheet.
Oh, thank you.
So Sven has a lot of stuff to do this morning.
Yeah, we need to get some more wands of Cure Light Wounds.
I think I still will.
True. But Sven's not doing that today specifically.
I thought we were going back into the Gauntlet today, or to go to the to explore the crypts. Are we not doing that today? I mean, I
believe
Good.
we were.
I can go and get the wands while I'm out shopping.
I thought we were. Yeah,
Sorry.
there we go.
Is Gilgamesh up early?
Yeah.
Probably at some point then before the party wakes up, or the rest of everyone wakes up, Sven would approach Gilgamesh, maybe in the tavern eating breakfast. Just like sit down beside him.
Nice to see you up early, Sven. Did you have a restful sleep?
Holy moly's up early. It's nice to see you up early though.
Yes, well, I typically try and get up, maybe do a little craft before the day gets started.
Have you always done that?
For the most
Feels-
part, yeah.
Feels like a newer thing, or perhaps I just haven't seen you doing it until now.
Well, perhaps so. I don't have anything in front of me, but if I'm waiting for a store to open, usually just better to pass the time by working on a piece of jewelry than it is to sit around and twiddle my thumbs. I expect I'll have to wait for the Sage Jewelers to open today. I'll be running by there to appraise the gems and the amulet I made last night.
Fair enough. Speaking of, I was curious. I see that you drink potions before crafting many of these things. I've heard you talk of these. Do you know where you get these things from? I was thinking of getting some of my own.
You can pick them up in town. I believe it's pretty common from any alchemist. I think Fernix might even be able to make them for you.
I think I need one a little bit more on demand, though. The thing that I have today, helping with the book.
Yes. What kind of potion are you looking for? Because right now I have Crafter's Fortune on me, and that's what I know how to get.
Well, according to the rules, I believe Pathfinder says that Crafter's Fortune can be used to make pieces of art.
Yes,
I think this would qualify, yes?
I think it would.
I could pay you for the potion if you're willing to part with it.
Oh, and they're not hard to come by, but I could pick some up for you, while I'm in town. Uh,
Would save me some time. I've many errands to run.
I've only got 2 on me right now. Let me, out of character, I'm looking at how much they cost.
50 gold, I think.
It was 50, yeah.
50 gold each.
It's a level 1 potion.
Well, they're 50 gold each. How many would you like, Sven?
I just need the one.
Just the one? Oh,
Yes.
all right. I'll go pick it up for you. Just deduct 50 from your character sheet, I guess.
Mm-hmm. I've also been thinking, perhaps this might sound racist, but do you know much about mithril in the area? Any blacksmiths that might work with it or have it?
I don't. I've not had any particular need to upgrade my gear in that capacity, but I think Vic was actually had some metalworking done. I may be mistaken on that though. He might know of a good blacksmith in town.
Sven pauses and thinks, and then says, "Perhaps if I'm looking to get a mithril chain for Sasha. I don't know if they have enough here in the city on hand. I was thinking perhaps he looks you up and down. You might have better chances at convincing a blacksmith to import some."
I can certainly do that, or I can certainly try. I think it sounds like something we might be able to find at the Hammer and Hearth. I believe that's a blacksmith.
You also, you have the probably reputation around here at this point. It would not raise any suspicion. You worry when, in towns like this, especially with, the Grey Outta game. What's the guy's name who runs the crime stuff?
Secret
Ash.
Black, or Ash.
Especially with an organized group led by Ash.
I've met Ash. He's nothing to worry about. Not for men like us.
I'm friendly with Ash too. I just, I'm not so sure I want to be seen ordering large amounts of mithril. If that makes sense.
I suppose. Well,
If you could handle such a thing for me, that would.
I'll see what kind of quotes I can get on some armor at the Hammer and Hearth, and if I can't get a reasonable price there, I'll try and go to some other places for you. When were you
Thank
wanting
you.
to buy?
Though it would need to be custom made. It's not just a mithril shirt you can buy off the shelves. It has to be for Sasha. So
Right.
I'm not sure. I don't know much about smithery.
Well, that's why I thought I'd get a few quotes. Typically for custom pieces, different fab shops will charge you based on what they think it'll cost.
His eyes glaze over.
But I just know of the Hammer and Hearth because it's right next to Sage Jewelers. I've not stopped by there, but I can definitely see what they'll quote, and I'm sure down south, in the industrial district, they might have some places there that could work it.
Would greatly appreciate.
When were you wanting the armor by?
Preferably as soon as possible. Sasha doesn't have armor right now. She used to, but she outgrew it.
Well, let me ask you this, just so that way, if I'm going to, I guess I'll just have to get some quotes and bring it back to you. Do you have the rough measurements for Sasha? I think you've gotten armor fitted for her before, right?
Yes, though she outgrew it. I don't know what her new measurements are.
Well, get her new measurements, write them down for me, and return this piece of paper to me.
Sure. Though, perhaps if you are negotiating in the meantime, it could be seen as an amount needed for horse parting or something.
Well, I suppose we can quote it on based on the size of a horse, but it's really just going to be the area of material needed. So
Yes.
with the measurements, we can figure out how much material is needed to cover Sasha.
Right. Well, yes, I'll get that to you then.
All right. Looks, and I guess I'll also pick up some Pure Light Wounds wands while I'm out searching for the Crafter's Fortunes potions.
All right. It
Got a nice little to-do list.
Oh yeah. Sven eats his breakfast and I guess just talks stories with Garugamesh, exchanging, tales from his people and Garugamesh's.
Yeah. Sage Jewelers opens at 9, right, Gray?
They open at 8.
8? Oh, well, I guess I'm going to head on over there. I'll let somebody else take the reins on roleplay.
Okay. You won't have any trouble finding the potions that you need, by the way. The potions and the wands, they're pretty common enough that you can buy them off of Reese Black, which is like
All right,
next door.
Wands of Cure Light are 400?
750.
750.
750. Okay, well, I guess we'll use the Vardo fund for that then.
I think we have enough for at least one.
I thought we had enough for 2.
We might. I think it's 1,700 that we have.
We've got, 1,700. Finn, do you just want to go ahead and add 2 wands to your inventory?
How about I have one and someone else has the other? Probably Daxius. I think Daxius is the least likely to.
Muted.
Sure,
What?
I can take it.
Oh,
Alright. Then it's settled. We may have to tax our next adventure. We've only got 297 gold in the Vardo fund. So, it is what it is. Right.
All right. So you are off doing. So I guess you want to get the jewels appraised. That's what you're trying to accomplish at Sage's?
Yeah, I want to get them appraised and decide whether or not I want to sell it or take it to the auction house. I also just want to go ahead and quote all of the jewels we have from the Vardo. I don't know how long that would take Sage Jewelers to do.
Wouldn't take long, as long as everybody, or at least somebody, has records of what jewels were at least attempted to be appraised. If there's anything that's outstanding, or if there are any values that you're thinking are suspect.
Yeah, I've got the list in front of me.
All right, good.
It's in the chat as well.
All right, good. Okay, so that won't take them very long. I'm assuming you start with the big ones.
Yeah, I'll hand over the big blue sapphire and the 2 red rubies that were technically appraised at 4,000 to 5,000 each.
Okay, it takes him about maybe 15 minutes per gem to. I mean, they're sizable, and he's like looking them over, while also trying to deal with other people that are coming in or coming out. You get the idea that while he also does like jewelry and gem cutting work, he also seems to do a lot of decent like tinkering, goldsmithing, things that are more functional rather than just decorative. um, which that's pretty common. They each come out at about 1,500 gold pieces.
Okay, that's still pretty good. I'm just writing that down. Give me a second. Okay, and then I'm going to present to him the three gargoyle gems. We weren't quite sure what those were. But we appraised them at 300 gold each.
Okay. Once again, it takes him about, actually these ones go a little bit quicker because they're not nearly as big. He says you might be able to get like maybe 750 each.
Nice. That's pretty nice. We've got the two tear-shaped faceted diamonds. We quoted those, or we appraised those at 1750 each.
Those were found in.
I'm not exactly sure.
Those were found in the library. That was in the trapped jewelry box that fucked Natari up.
One of many things.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
Those are each valued at about 1250.
Man, we're getting some good loot. We've also got two small diamonds. It doesn't have the origin written down. They're 300 GP each.
He says those are accurate.
We've got the crook written down. I don't know how that got put into here, but we have it written as 700 to 800 GP.
He says he could probably move it, not quickly, mind you, but considering it's kind of odd, and he asks you, what the hell is smeared over it?
I don't know. We pulled it out of a dead body. It's just something I came across.
Then I'm going to assume that it is dead body. And he just puts it daintily down, and then turns around and wipes his hands off.
Well, I have a couple other things that I'd like to verify the value on. These are the gems. Well, you can just straight up tell me this is from a while ago. Were the gemstone, the values of the gemstone collection I got at the auction house that we determined, were those accurate?
I believe so. I would have to find those notes, and God, I have over 100,000 words for this campaign, so good luck.
Yeah. All right. I was just wondering if you remembered if you fudged them for me or not, but I'm gonna assume you didn't. And then
No, those ones I think I was pretty straight with you.
All right.
The crook, by the way, he does give you a value of
750. All right. Well, seeing as I'm going to present the amulet that I made, and seeing as how back when this was crafted, we were using the old crafting rules, and if it was worth 1,500, that means it would be technically worth 12,000 now. Wait, no, that's not how that works.
Yeah, no. Well, that was because you're using a gemstone that you thought was worth 5,000 gold.
Yeah, no, I meant with it being 1,500 under the old crafting rules, it'd be 6,000 now. I just fucked up my math.
Yeah, under the old rules, it would be around 6,000.
So I'm gonna ask him to appraise that, or at least tell me how much he'd give me for it, since I know it's worth 6,000.
He tells you that it's a fine piece. You could definitely find a market for it, but not in this city.
Not in the city.
Let me put it this way. We've already moved a decent amount of stock through here, and there are a few noble families and other merchants that live within the city, and while they generally can be in the market for a few rings or other pieces in the 200 to 500 gold range, I have nobody that I know that would buy this at this price.
Then let me pick your expertise. What's the maximum value you see pieces usually go for at the auction house?
I'm assuming you're referring to, say, jewelry pieces like this and not, say, magical items.
Right.
Perhaps, I think I once saw a necklace go for 2,000. That was some years ago.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Yes.
Well, dang. How much How much would he give me for the sapphire amulet right now?
If I want to make any kind of profit on top of this, I would be able to give you 1,400. I would be probably selling it for 1,600, and I feel like that is scraping bone off of bone. And I would most likely be sitting on it for probably at least a few weeks.
All right. I think we'll hold on to it for now.
Very good.
While I'm here, can I check to see if anything has sold? I believe it is still the... I have still got the onyx ring and the rose quartz ring up for sale.
He tells you that neither of them sold, but mostly he's like, well, you were only in here like 12 hours ago.
I can hope.
Hope springs
alright.
eternal, apparently.
I don't think I have any more business here. Alright. I'm going to drop off something at the auction house, though.
Okay.
I've got an opal ring, worth about 1,000. It's quoted at I keep saying quoted. It's valued at 1,000 GP. I'll put a reserve of. Let me see what I have in my notes here. I'll put a reserve of 750 on it.
Okay.
And I'm going to roll. Try to pull my. I have too many screens open. I was going to roll bluff to, bolster my reputation while I'm dropping it off. Dang. First roll of the night.
Yep. There aren't too many people in it this early. Most of the people that are in here are generally people that work here. So you're trying to fluff up your ego with people who have no fucking interest. Just, people that are like, what the fuck's that dwarf talking about? Oh, I don't know, just pass me the thing before you forget about it, you fucking lump.
I'm making a note of what I'm dropping off at the auction.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay. Does that about cover your morning business?
I've still got to go to the Hammer and Hearth to give them details about Sasha's armor sizing for mithril armor.
That would be Louis Francher. He's the one who runs that. You've actually met him before. That's where you actually met the rest of the party, sans Dax's. He tells you that he can do the work. He has the tools and he has the knowledge to do it. However, sourcing that much mithril will probably take some time. He says it won't take nearly as long as he would, fear, because he said some goofuses came in and sold him some mithril weapons, so might be able to turn one into the other.
I decide to grease his palm, and I take the green snakeskin I have in my inventory and, put it in. And it's like, is there any way you can source this mithril a little faster?
He puts it in his hand and says, well, if you happen to know, say, some sort of time guard or something like that, makes things go a lot fucking quicker. Unless you're willing to go over and deal with Reese Black, perhaps, teleport some things. No. So it's
I
not a
don't
problem
need
of
the
finding it, it's a problem of getting it here.
Mm-hmm. Alright, give me my snakeskin back if you're not going to appreciate it.
He lets you, he never really took it from you. Like, he touched it to, feel it, but he didn't take it from you.
Just by the way, after you source the mithril, how much do you think it'll cost?
It'll run book price. So...
How much is book price for armor for a tiger?
Yeah.
Shockingly, not that expensive.
Yeah.
Because the price of mithril isn't multiplied by the exotic animal. The exotic animal is just a price on top of it.
Yeah.
Thank God. So I think it's 550 gold.
I think so, because it's basically a sheet of metal that's being, a sheet of loops of metal being fastened in a way that it would cover her body in a way that is comfortable for her.
Hopefully, with this armor, we'll actually get Sasha into some combat.
Yeah, this thing. I also want to put a +1 dexterity enchantment on it, which will give her another another AC. So the whole thing eventually is going to cost like 2,550, but it'll increase her AC by 5, which is a pretty good value.
Yeah.
Oh, I did want to do one more errand. I am going to.
Wait, no. I'm sorry. It's 1,550. Sorry.
I'm going to write a letter to the prince, saying that I have a piece of jewelry, the sapphire amulet, valued at about 6,000 GP, and if he's interested while I'm in town, it can be his. I'm also open to counter offers, and I let him know that I'm staying at the chapter house.
All right. So, the other people that would be up at about 8 or 9, that would be Fernix. No, Fernix, you're sleeping in late. So it'd be Vic and Sven. Yes, I think?
Probably after Garugamesh left, Sven probably would have left as well to do his stuff. So
Okay.
Vic's probably in there alone.
He's got to get up.
I forgot to make mention in my letter. I do want to specifically reference the library caller I sent him, so that way he makes the connection.
Okay. Okay, so Sven, you're going over to the Lion and Lady to begin writing the tale.
No, that comes later.
Okay, so what are you doing now? Oh, you're getting the measurements?
So I want to get the measurements. I want to talk to the mage person, who I forget the name of, who can enchant stuff. And then I also wanted to talk to Ash.
He is the wizard guy.
Ash is the wizard. Who's the guy who runs the pawn shop?
Secret Ash.
No, Ash's pawn shop, excuse me. Reese Black's last name used to be Ash, and then I accidentally used it twice.
Oh.
So yeah, no, sorry. Reese Black is the wizard. Ash is he's the one that runs the pawn shop.
Who is the pawn shop again? I'm sorry.
Ash. Siegfried Ash.
Okay. And I think I want to do Ash first, if he's open.
I believe he'll open about 9, so you'll probably have a little more time to do, like, getting the measurements, getting it over to Francher.
Okay.
Yeah.
We can just say we do the measurements. I don't know if we need to roleplay that out.
No.
And we can, but...
No, I mean, it's basically you going to Sasha and, like, offering her something to eat to keep her still while you do that before she starts going, bored. No, don't touch. Don't touch.
And the tailor is probably, like, really apprehensive at first, but, like, after I have them, like, pet Sasha and get comfortable, they're like, oh my god, this thing's adorable. They're so well behaved. And then,
And the tiger's nice, too.
and then, if the wizard is up, I could do that.
You're getting what enchanted?
So, there's a few things that I wanted enchanted. But I think I want to start with... let's just do something simple and give him my shield to enchant. I want the shield to have +1 AC on it.
Okay, so... Okay, yeah. As long as that's something that, you know, a normal wizard can do, he can do that. It takes him, maybe like an hour or so. Actually, I have to look... Did they even mention how long that stuff takes, or is it just... Bibbidi bobbidi boobidi, whatever the fucking DM
That was
says?
the other thing that we were discussing before is it takes like 8 hours per 1,000, so it would take him like the rest of the day.
It would take him 8 hours, yeah.
And the thing is, it notes that scrolls and potions below a certain amount take less time, but it does not say that about wondrous items. So,
Okay.
my question immediately that was going to come up in the morning is, how long does 43 gold and 4 silver take versus making like versus basically like more than 10 times that?
Probably like not much time at all.
Yeah. And I think the only other thing for the armor is it has to be masterwork.
Which I think it was.
So as long as it's that, I was like, if it's a special material, it's usually automatically masterwork, unless it's a special material that's like a crappy one that they made for flavor,
He
like
has
stone
dragon
or
hide.
glass. Yes,
So yes, that should be.
I just love the idea of a character walking around with a glass shield and people being like, "What the fuck? Why?"
It's a metaphor.
Yes. The last edition, it would have been an unbreakable glass shield, which just sounds perpetually kind of useful.
The big hitter thing that I want enchanted is my armor itself, but Sven walks around the city in his armor, so he's not going to depart with that. So that's something that Vernix is going to have to deal with while we're on the road.
Stand there for 8 hours while I'm like...
Mm-hmm. And also, that's the most expensive thing, so want to save money on that the most.
Just a side note. I guess we can try and identify the hammer again today, right?
Yeesh.
That in the gym.
That's right, I forgot to
But,
even hit my rest button.
But yeah, I did want to, if it's all right, roleplay out the mage, the wizard, Reese.
Reese, yeah.
What's his name? Yeah.
Okay.
The certified body... I think it removes paralysis. I just removed paralysis, for God's sakes. I'm gonna depend on that.
Okay, so you're getting... sure. It's pretty early, so you're basically like one of the first people into the menagerie. He's like helping a few other people pick out, like, mostly it's like ingredients at this point. So by the time you come in, he's like, kind of like, yeah, look, just fucking pick something already. What you see is what you get. And he just figures out what it is they're looking for, chews them off, and then looks to you and just like,
It's been a while. Not really, but how are you doing?
so was this the wizard? Not, it wasn't Ash we're talking about. We're talking about Reese, right?
Yeah, Reese, right?
Okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
did I say Ash?
Yeah,
I'm
that's
sorry.
why I wanted clarification.
Reese, it's been a while.
He kind of looks at you with like some vague recognition, and he's like, "Look, I see a lot of people every single day."
Yeah, fair enough. So do I. I hardly remember any of their names. But, you do enchanting work, yes?
Of course, at a price, as always.
I was thinking of getting the shield enchanted, and he kind of takes the shield off of his back and presents it. Nothing too big, I just wanted to protect me more, maybe.
He looks it over and definitely like feels a dragon hide, because he is dragonborn. He has black scales, but you know, touching that sort of like, yeah, I can do that. You got the money?
How much were you thinking this would cost?
Basically, it's gonna run you book price. I think for a +1 enchantment, is it 2,000 gold pieces flat?
1,000 for armor, 2,000
for
for
armor.
weapons.
Okay. So yeah, he'll tell you that. It'll take about 1,000. Probably take me the rest of the day to do this kind of work.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Not a bad price. Sure, I can part with that. I was perhaps This was more of a how would you say it? A trial? I'm thinking of getting many things enchanted, but we'll see how well we like each other.
Right. Well, as long as the money's there, it's no scales off my back.
Fair enough.
We
You
can
wish
pick
me
it up a
to
little
leave this
after
just
dinner.
here?
Sorry, what did you say?
Right. He asked if he could just leave it here. All right.
Oh, the shield. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. He
All right.
tells you it'll be safe. It's not gonna leave this building. If I need any kind of supplies, I'll have one of my runners go for it. It'll be done probably around dinner time.
All right. I'll fetch the gold then. I'll leave this here. I'll be back.
Kind of gives like a gruff. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Sven's not gonna walk around town with any amount of money unless he you know. So yeah, that's
Okay.
nice.
So what was next on your list?
I wanted to speak with Ash.
Okay. Well, that's definitely going to be a little bit more. So, you're finished with Reese. The man's gruff. You're able to see all the stuff that he has in his shop, and you can tell that he makes some high quality shit. So he definitely has the attitude of, buddy, I know what the fuck I do. Just
Yeah.
sort of, yeah. Um, you have to cross through the city over into the Narrows to find where Ash runs the Narrows Trade House, a sizable pawn shop on the north end. At this early in the morning, still only about maybe 9 o'clock, it's busy. Businesses are starting to open. There's people in the streets just hawking this, hawking that. You definitely feel like some people get a little close to like they're going to go for something, but suddenly veer away at the
Mhm.
end.
Yeah, I'm definitely keeping. I know this area, but I'm also known in this area,
Mm-hmm.
so I still keep a
You're a
hand
six
over
and
my
a half
pocket.
foot tall catfolk. Yeah, no, you don't exactly blend in.
But I've also been doing a lot of charity in this area.
You have also done that, which is most likely what has sort of saved you from the harassment of the, purse snatchers that operate in this city. But
Mhm.
you you enter into the trade house, and it is much quieter in here. Once you're inside and the door closes, it is like the noise stops. Well,
Mhm.
except for, the sound of people moving and the slow grunt and grumble as the gigantic fucking golem standing next to you just turns its head to look at you with, like, dead eyes.
Now, last time I was in here, this place kind of gave the vibe of being a front. Like there wasn't anyone in here, and he was surprised to see someone in here when I was last here. Is there
I,
anyone here today?
I actually don't remember you. The only person I remember coming in here was Garugamesh. And that
No, I
was
was in here
to,
before, and I talked with Ash.
what was it?
Yeah.
Well, clearly Ash doesn't remember you, Sven.
Well.
Yeah, we got some good fucking memory, and man.
Yeah, Sven met Ash and was on kind of friendly terms. I
There are people
forget.
here. Yeah. You don't immediately see Ash, but you do see two of his employees. They are moving some things around. One guy is moving kind of like boxes of who the fuck knows what behind the counter, where most of the actual valuable items are locked up. And there are somebody moving like kind of knickknacks and like whatever the fuck is left over around the exterior wall of the pawn shop. You're talking clothes, you're talking musical instruments, you're talking
Mhm.
writing instruments and furniture and just basically whatever people, would want to pawn to get a little bit of fast cash. He's the one that
Alright.
kind of looks up to you, kind of appraises you, and then just goes right back to like moving the stuff that he was working on. Nobody's like rushing over to help you. You've been in here. Apparently, you at least know that you're not. This isn't that kind of a store. You're not going to get like, Ted, fucking Al Bundy. Let me put your
Mhm.
shoes on for you, kind of service.
Yeah.
Almost said
This
Ted
is,
Bundy.
from my understanding, a place to sell stolen goods.
Yeah. Well, It's a pawn shop, so I mean the
Yeah, but
default to
we
that
know.
is yes.
Yeah, but we all know.
I mean, like, yeah, I feel like most pawn shops deal with, whether
Yeah.
wittingly or otherwise, there's some stolen shit coming in through that. As long as the wires aren't coming out of the back of the car radio, generally speaking, they're gonna buy from you.
Is there someone at the counter?
Yeah, there is the guy moving stuff around behind the counter. So if you were to go over to, like, like Bell or something, you're most likely gonna get service that way.
All right. I go up to there and kind of lean an arm on there and kind of casually look over to him and I say, "Is that shit today?"
The human man, probably in his maybe late 30s, early 40s, a bit gruff
Yeah, no.
looking. So the two men that are in here, the one that was at the front, that was like the one moving shit around, who just looked at you. He's tall, balding, or actually bald, but shaved. But you can still see like the outline of like where his hair would grow if he let it grow out longer. The one
Mhm.
behind the counter is smaller, still pretty big as men go, but smaller, head full of hair. He turns around after finishing with something, and you see him like take like a monocle out of his eye and put it away, and turns to you and says, "Yes, may I help you?" Sorry, what was that again?
I was asking if Ash was in today. I wanted to speak with him.
Oh, yes. Do you have a appointment with him?
No, but and I slide him a gold. I was hoping I perhaps didn't need one.
He looks to the gold, kind of like looking to it, and just does like one of these. I will at least let him know that. Who was waiting?
Sven,
Sven.
just Sven.
Just Sven is waiting. Right
What?
away. And he just like. He doesn't take the money, he doesn't even like entertain taking it. He turns around, puts the box of, looks like honestly probably expensive cigars, down onto the counter in the back, and goes back through like one of the only other doors that's in this large room, which obviously is behind the counter. He goes, closes the door, and it's quiet. You have a little bit of time to yourself, as there are two basically mute other individuals in here to not talk with.
Yeah, Sven's kind of just looking over stuff. I mean, it's a pawn shop. There's stuff to look at that's interesting.
Yeah, there definitely is. There's a lot of odd shit. Things that you can definitely tell are most likely magical bits and bobs, kind of decorative things. There's a musical box that you probably plays a nice little tune. Definitely looks like it came from Ferrand, possibly Aloria, somewhere down south. So on and so forth. There's a decent amount of nice clothes if you ever wanted something like that. You might have to get it tailored once you purchase it, but hey, it's here. And that's actually not poorly priced. You notice that the things behind the counter generally do not have prices on them.
Anything interesting that sticks out to me?
Hmm. Well,
Doesn't
there
have
is
to
a
be.
bronze spear that is hung up in the back, and there also is a decorative, kind of like a horn, like an actual animal's horn that has been hollowed out to function as the musical instrument type horn. However, with the inscriptions that are laid upon it, especially because they're in runes, it probably indicates that they are magical of some kind.
Ooh, that's a horn of what is it that explodes things? Is it
It's not a horn of blasting.
horn of
Try
blasting?
and
It's
let you guys
not.
have that.
Damn.
Yeah, no. I've already
mostly
given you
just
guys
fakes.
enough explosives, I think, for one fucking campaign. And we're not even that far into this. Christ. Um, After about 5 minutes, the door finally opens and the same man comes out. He closes the door behind him, alone, comes over to the counter and says, "He might speak with you, depending on the business that you have."
Uh, I kind of look him over, and I'm hesitant because in my head, I know I'm not really here for entirely legal reasons, or like, not. I'm here for something kind of in the gray area.
Mm-hmm.
I as a player don't know how I would word something like this. So instead, I would request to roll diplomacy to have Sven convey what I as a player am trying to convey.
Sure. Yeah, that's no problem. Yeah, you're able to
So-
sort of intone or insinuate to him, hey, I'm looking for something. I was hoping perhaps your boss could source it. I'm assuming that is
Yeah.
the route that you're going for.
Sorta. I mean, Sven is here for two reasons. One, to sell some things, because I think Ash would be the most interested buyer in some of them. And two, to get information on stuff.
Mm-hmm. Okay. He takes down, I guess, that you're looking to sell something, that you're looking to buy information. The first part he doesn't seem that intrigued by. He's like, yeah, so we can help you with that here. We don't ask too many questions as long as it's clean and not obvious. We'll at least entertain it. For the information, he, however, goes, well, you've definitely come to the right place. Can you at least give me a category that I can let the master know?
I would like to know some things about the nobles around here.
Very good. It'll just be a second. And he vanishes again through the same door. This time, he doesn't seem to take nearly as long, or perhaps it just feels like it doesn't take nearly as long, as the door opens and wiping his hands off and leaning through the doorway is Siegfried Ash. He is as big as you. At least height-wise, his shoulders are much broader than yours. He's like wiping his hands down, looking at it. Then he like puts the rag up over his shoulder, looks to you. How can I help you?
Just the man I wish to see. Do you perhaps have somewhere more private?
He looks up to the only other two individuals that are presently in here and says, Dirk, Vilnius, find somewhere else to fucking be. And the man who was actually coming through the door behind him just kind of gives a, little curt, like, okay, and then, like, backs up and through the doorway. The bald man, or the man with the shaved head, just kind of drops what he was working on and just crosses the room, putting something between his teeth, and gives kind of a grunt a little bit. Kind of hard to tell whether that's a grunt of, yeah, sure, boss, right away, or just sort of, yeah, I hear you. And he closes the door behind him, and he looks to you and says, the one in the corner doesn't really understand much.
Fair enough. I was looking perhaps for some services that I believe, if anyone in the town, you might be the most qualified for.
It all depends on what exactly it is you're looking for. All my manservant told me was that you were interested in a little bit of dirt on some local nobles, which, well, I am first and foremost a man of information. So,
He's a little more specific than that. And Sven, I didn't say that I did this before, because I forgot to mention it, but Sven would have gone back to get money for this. Sven is going to produce a pouch and set it on the table, which has 500 gold in it. And as he's counting that, Sven says, we have some potential people in the city that might not agree with some of the things that we know or have done. Particularly out of game, I forget the vampire noble's house name.
Lutz's.
Specifically the Lutz's. And I would have a great amount of interest if maybe some of these funds here could go towards looking into, well, most things about them. What they know, what they plan, what they're doing, and also maybe, what I could learn about it. I apologize, my dog's tail is still whacking against a wall right now. Hi, big girl. Hi, honey. Hi, I know. I'm playing D&D, big girl. You need to go lay down. I know. Sorry. Sven is essentially trying to not just get information, but buy services. And he said, while he knows a lot of the people who might have eyes on the street, he understands and respects that Ash is ultimately who they report to, and he would be better able to organize or handle this kind of thing. Which is why he is presenting the 500 gold. And if you're okay with it, I would like to roll diplomacy at using an inspiration point to convince Ash to help us out here.
Sure. Basically, when you use an inspiration point here, it's functionally an automatic pass, unless you want to add that afterwards, which, based on your diplomacy and the threshold for this, might be better to say. But if you just want to take the automatic success, that's no problem.
I'll roll, and hopefully I get really high. No, I want the automatic success. I'll burn the inspiration.
Sure.
I don't want to risk
He
rolling a nat one.
takes the money, kind of puts both of his elbows down onto the glass top of the counter and says, "Yeah, I can find some information for you, and I can perhaps perform a few services for you. This won't exactly cover it, but it's a good start, and now we're business together. So,
What? I also had some items that I wish to sell to you that perhaps can help to sweeten the deals."
sure.
And then Sven will present two things. Now, many shops, I assume, won't take much into account the history of an item.
Yeah, usually.
But
not.
I imagine Ash, he's got the charisma, he's got the skill. Maybe if he sells something with a story attached to it, it'll go for a lot more, or at least it'll be a lot more valuable to him. So with that, the wand that we used has 0 charges. It is effectively just a stick. A nice looking stick, but it is a stick with history. And Sven explains to him how he's... I assume he knows by now that we did the thing, but that Sven just got a book deal, and us doing that vault could bring the king to live here for a while. The impact of us doing that vault is going to be significant. So he wants to sell the used wand. Actually, he'll just give the used wand for free, and he'll tell the story of how this wand helped, saved our lives. And he'll put story to it. I can roll storytelling if you like to, give the stories behind these items. And he also wants to sell his boots.
Okay.
They are boots of wisdom +1. I have a headband of wisdom +2, so they do not stack, so these boots are worthless to me now. But these boots are base value worth 1,000 gold.
Mm-hmm.
I'm willing to part with them for base value. If he is, assuming that he'll be able to make a lot more money off of these, since they have the story behind them.
Sure.
You want me to roll storytelling?
Yeah, if you'd like to.
Hell yeah.
Okay. He listens to it. He's a hard man to read, let's be honest. He obviously does not interrupt or try to hurry you up or anything, but he definitely has that sort of stoicism going about it. And as you finish, he gives a nod and says, I'm pretty sure I could probably move something like this. So I'll consider the wand at perhaps maybe 250 gold. Even without any kind of charges.
Sven was just going to give him the wand for free. Like, as
saying this is how much I'm valuing it as credit, functionally. The boots, they're magic items. If I can't move them here, I can move them perhaps in Darien or most likely down in Moonbrook. So
importantly, they are low level and as cheap as, well, close to as cheap as you can get for magic items.
Yeah.
So,
which is why he's like, yeah, I'll have no problem moving this. If not here, maybe in a neighboring city. But
all right.
I will do what you're looking for, exchange for one thing. And he kind of like leans forward and like kind of waits on you.
I'll lean in.
Tell the two that are with you who did that job, they come here by themselves or I drag them here.
Which job? I'm not trying to play dumb. They've gotten into many jobs.
Uh-oh.
I think if you pass it along, you'll figure out which one. And it's most likely coming a whole lot better from one of their friends than Dirk and Vilnius.
Fair enough. I'll do this for you, friend. I know these are just words, but for what it's worth, I do not agree with what they've been doing in here. I've tried talking to them, but perhaps your words will carry weight. I actually thank you for giving me this message to pass along.
No problem. I am first and foremost a businessman. And I don't like it when I have my territory infringed upon, but there is always a deal that can be reached, I'm sure.
Perhaps they don't need to be freelance.
That will depend on the method by which they come to me. So I'll look into the Lutzes. I can already tell you it's not going to be pretty. They're not human.
Yes,
even I know that. They know better than to take from my people.
Since you've been a good friend, I'll share some information that we know of. They are vampires, and
I know.
We know we know some things about the layout of their lair.
So you're looking to behead them, are you?
This is actually a good conversation we should have. Would it hurt you if we did?
No. But it'll affect the balance of power here in the city, and I need to run this by a few other people to make sure that that vacuum isn't going to be swallowed up by someone else.
Then perhaps it is good that I'm...
None of you are from here, and you don't know how the... how do I put it? The playing field looks like. Things are precarious. And I'd like to prevent any kind of upsetting of the board.
Perhaps it is good fortune for you that you will have a head start before anyone else does.
Yes, well, some of the other people that I have to inform are definitely higher up the food chain than even I am.
It was a pleasure doing business with you.
And with you. Be safe.
Good fortune.
And come back whenever you need to.
Good fortune upon you, friend. And I'll leave.
He watches you go. He doesn't say anything. He just sort of watches. The golem obviously turns its head to watch you go, but you hear it as the door closes, just the grind of the stone as its head turns back. And she leaves you out on the street.
I'd like to mention that he did not specify the names of the two people who have gotten up to shit. just said it that you got up to shit, and Barry did not question this at all. Immediately, yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Well, I mean,
Right.
yeah.
Everything, Barry.
No, you were right to assume that. I think anyone would have assumed that.
Yeah.
No specific names have to be listed. It's like, yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about.
Sven did have a confrontation specifically with Daxius over them stealing things. I think specifically about that job.
Probably.
We didn't steal anything that wasn't rightfully ours.
Yes, we did.
No. Because we live in a deterministic universe, so anything that comes into our possession is rightfully ours. I guarantee it. There was no alternative.
Sure, I'm sure the local mob boss will totally buy that one.
Yeah.
They didn't want it stolen. They shouldn't have left it locked up somewhere where we could get to it.
I mean, kind of their fault. And if it somehow leaves our possession, it was never meant to be. Will I be pissed if it does? Yes.
What's going to happen to all your fucking toes?
Yes.
Just to
Yeah,
confirm,
those toes don't belong to me anymore.
Just to confirm, Gray, I gave him 500 gold, and then he gave me 1,000 for the boots.
So you walked away with an extra 500.
Okay.
Someone's getting real chummy with a criminal over here.
Yes. Yes. Welcome to Sven.
I hope you're ready to
He's he's. You guys are learning stuff about him, and I'm glad that you are.
I mean, we are, but none of our characters are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was going to say that there was the possibility that, because I did say sessions ago that I was going to have my followers just shadow the party. Natari was following Sven, but I don't know if Natari would actually be following Sven at this point because
It's a little early for her.
Yeah,
Well,
because
yeah.
they're sick.
Oh,
they just
that's
got their
true.
shit
Oh,
kicked
yeah.
in, so Daxius has no fucking clue about this.
You can roll me 2d6 for her, and Sven will roll me 2d6
Not yet.
as well.
Not yet. In like 3 hours.
I'll roll it. I can
Mark.
roll it now.
Didn't you want that healed today?
Yeah. If we can do that before it triggers again, because it's once every 24 hours and it's 9 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
And I think
thought
we can track it at 12.
I thought we had either a potion of cure disease or cure or remove disease or remove curse, but I don't
Yeah.
see.
We have
Either
one.
You have
It's
a
something.
potion of remove curse.
It'd be caster level 5.
That's 2d6s.
And I think in that, if we're going after the vampire, then yeah, maybe we should just cough up
One's
the
for
roll. I
strength,
think
one's
you're
for
right.
charisma.
Okay, so 4 for strength, 1 for charisma.
Oh, yes. Oh, right. Yeah. Yep, so she takes, well, at noon, we'll take 4 strength damage and 1 charisma damage.
Thank God the charisma was lower. Because she doesn't have a lot of that to spare.
Well, thankfully, going to 0 on anything but Constitution means you're unconscious. You go to 0 in Constitution,
Gotcha.
you die.
Okay, thank God.
Yeah.
Just a little death.
I thought strength also you'd die if you reach
Shocking to
0.
know.
Really?
Not. It's some monsters that drain strength though. If they drain you to 0 or damage you to 0, even you die, like shadows.
Mhm. They're fun.
Yes, fun.
And then
I'm glad they're undead. I'll say that.
I would like to try and get cured before noon. So if we could do that, I don't know if we need to roleplay that much.
It'll
Unless
just
somebody
be a
wants
couple
to.
of rolls. I think primarily because I believe Fernix was going to do it himself.
I was, but now I'm like looking at how many spells I had prepared. I'm like, if we're going to possibly fight vampire right now today,
No,
I
not today.
think you're right.
Or
what
wait
if-
a few days.
She's just like, "Hi guys, how's it going? I smelled you in my basement yesterday, so
Well,
I
then we
figured I
can-
would just wait here."
And we should stop walking to opposite ends of the map. First thing at
Alone.
the beginning of every single day.
Yes,
I'm
because
I'm just being overly paranoid, and because I was like, I found a decent third level spell. I can get you taken care of, and then maybe we should just pay for an Atari. Like,
Just leave her.
Yeah.
yeah, she's fine
Yeah.
as is.
yeah, it seems about right.
She might do the same for you. So it might be fair.
So, Sven, you're getting back to the chapter house around like 9:30ish. Vic, what are you doing in the meanwhile?
Well, I had to get up pretty early to do the morning spell allocation prayers and such, but probably once the sun has risen and maybe there's a bit of movement outside, he's going to see if he can find out where all of those flyers got put up from Gilgamesh's commission.
I was really hoping you'd forget about that. So
Oh yeah.
Well, you at least know the person who was sent out to get them.
Was Lugo supposed to pick him up, or was I didn't know if they were like
He paid
making
to have
them
them
hand.
made. You didn't
Okay.
pay to have them, put up.
Okay, well, Lugo gave us the location of the scribe, so
Mhm.
once it gets to be into the morning a bit, I'll head over that direction.
Probably about 9 o'clock, you're most likely able to go knock on the door or even just walk right in. It's not a big operation. It seems to be like basically a guy and his brother. They obviously greet you, ask you what it is you're looking to have copied or made, and
Oh, well, see, a compatriot of mine put together some in order yesterday. I was wondering if I might be able to. I don't know if I need to be the one picking it up, but I would like to see it. Something about the new fellows who went through the gauntlet. I believe a man by the name of Lugo should have dropped off the order.
yeah, so we have that done, yeah. The older man just turns around and brings out like a stack of like 50. They're about maybe like yay big, so they're not huge by any means, but they're noticeable. The design on it is dense. Like there's a lot of information there, and it's. How do I put this? It's very obvious that Gilgamesh is the one who drew this shit.
I like to think that no one is recognizable at first glance, but once we're all together, like people are able to put two and two together of who's on the flyer and who is who.
I wouldn't say that it's crayons bad, but it's not great.
We can say it's trans bad. It's Gilgamesh.
I also like to imagine that Gilgamesh signed his name much bigger than everyone else's.
Oh, absolutely.
I did actually start on drawing a flyer, but my artist, I'm not that great an artist, but it started off with having a really buff Gilgamesh going like this in the background, but he's clearly like 2 or 3 heads taller than everybody else.
Yeah.
Even Sven?
Yeah, well, everyone kind of was like the same size, but I really mainly got like the faces done and Gilgamesh's body, and I was like, I don't know how to draw everyone else's bodies, so it was
Fair.
And
I would be
you
really
ran out of room
happy.
for an Atari, so you just got a little horn poking off from the side of the paper.
anyway, Atari.
Okay.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
So that's what you see. It is text dense, and it has like some of the not great drawings on its surface, and
They're vaguely racist.
I wouldn't say they're racist. They are offensive in ways, but like you're
They're
not quite
caricatures.
sure how.
Like, I feel offended, but I'm not sure why.
The top of the banner says victory, and it's spelled Victiry.
Oh yeah, like they didn't correct any of the spelling mistakes. They took it exactly as they were given.
Right. I presume that this was all based directly off of the initial sketch. Well, all right.
If you're not happy with your work, we can always redo it. However,
No, the work is good. I'm thinking that the issue is with the inspiration.
yes, We do offer artist commissions, however, it will cost more.
It's quite all right. I just wanted to make sure that I knew what was going on before things were passed along.
Are you picking them up, or am I expecting someone else?
I believe that someone else was supposed to come by and pick them up, but if you'd like, would it be possible to just leave a message? I don't know where he is right now.
Certainly. What shall I tell him?
Just let him know that Vic has picked up the flyers and taken them back to the chapter house.
Very good. When he arrives, we will tell him this.
And I presume that the payment is covered. Or was that been? Has the payment been covered
Yes.
already? Or
Yes, it has always already been paid for ahead of time.
well, good to know, and appreciate your work, and I apologize for the stress of the situation.
It is no hair off my teeth.
So, just kind of nods and takes the stack, kind of puts them in the bag of holding. Just I don't know if anybody's going to want to get these out.
I'm sorry, is no one going to point out the hair off my teeth?
I heard
says.
that too.
Not gonna worry about it.
I was over here trying to think of how I could ask if he's a Nazi or not.
Oh my god. You're in the fucking Empire. Most of the people would probably have this accent. It's just I don't want to do it very often.
I know, it's just funny.
Thank you for coming. Auf Wiedersehen.
Yeah, it's after that, just
What are your
Kinda.
opinions on the gnomes?
Oh no.
Probably better than Sven's.
Probably.
the elves control the media.
I
Anyway,
read in Ben's dream journal where he was just stomping them to death.
he keeps
People
Rudimus
watching
keeps
this are
finding
like, what the fuck? Trust
he
me,
keeps
it
finding
makes
everybody's
sense in context, sort of.
Gilgamesh keeps finding everybody's dream journals, even though no one has a dream journal.
They just keep appearing places.
Gilgamesh is actually the most magical person of the party.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Thought that was established.
yeah.
I mean, he rolls
Uh,
better than all of you combined, so.
Point.
That's true. Well, after that, probably heading back to the chapter house. Actually, while I'm out, gonna stop by the Mueller Furs and Feathers, just to have a quick conversation about maybe putting together a commission.
Sure. Obviously, the place is nice. It is very nice. It's very obvious that they sell almost primarily to the wealthiest people here in town. Obviously you're getting the necklace made, right? Or the bracelets with the teeth on them.
So, I think.
Ooh, shit.
Oh my god.
Ow, my
Mr.
ears.
Roboto.
Is
Are
my
you sure the
internet?
water was the only thing the internet guys took out?
Yeah, I was gonna say, are you sure the glue heaters didn't hit the cable lines too?
I can't promise that. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with my internet, but it's always bad. Apparently, I need to get the wired connection set up. Anyway, the bracers, I had them made in a way that like left the slots open, and I have
Okay.
craft armor and everything that I can. I don't think we rolled for it, but it's something that I like set up to be able to add more spots to them.
Yeah.
This was a little bit different. So basically, he'll just well, I assume they do. It looks like they do, custom work and specialized garment pieces.
Based on the things that you see on display, very much so.
I'd like to. I've got a bit of a strange request. So I'll probably just ask the guy. Who's at the counter?
The man who's at the counter is younger, probably late 20s, early 30s, paler skin, kind of has a short haircut. He does have a bit of like an effete look to him. Okay, where information that I'm looking for? Oh boy, get to go through 100,000 words of notes for this campaign, and that is not hyperbole. I swear to God, I will share the word count at some point.
We can hand wave some stuff if we need.
No, but I put the effort in. I might as well. But I mean, yeah, it is just sort of guy. Okay. Frank Muller. Yeah. He is well dressed in a way that somebody of his station would be well dressed. Somebody who has means, but is obviously not like he doesn't have a title. That is relatively obvious.
Just approach. Excuse me. So, bit of a question for you if you've got the time.
Certainly.
So, I'm looking to have a custom piece done. I'd like to have something to keep warm in the winter and be removable as needed. What I had imagined it as is something that can essentially wrap around and attach to an interior cloak that can be removed. So, sort of like a heavier winter cloak that is cloak that is detachable. Goes over top of everything.
Like that, it's something with an outside and inside. I'm sure we can have something made for you if you want something special. What kind of materials are you looking at? Here he goes again.
Give it a second.
Yeah, you're
Anytime that this happens, it's not Vic doing anything wrong. It's the NPCs having a stroke.
Yeah.
back.
Yeah, I don't know if I can even do anything about that right now. I don't have any plugs to get it wired.
You're fine,
Anyway.
man.
I don't know why it's so bad.
Because you're
Anyway,
doing this, and it needs to happen when you're doing things, or else it wouldn't be inconvenient.
No.
Or it's a
Never.
skill issue.
Or it's
It's probably that. Yeah. Anyway. So, if possible, I'd like to have something, a thicker wolf hide, or dire wolf if you've got it. Something that's, comfortable, but, well, imposing, I suppose.
Well, if you're looking for something like that, we do have hides of winter wolves. I'm sure we could source something like that.
Alright. That, might be good to consider. But also, consider perhaps, providing the cloak myself, if that's something you were able to work with. Or the
We'll
hide.
take whatever
rather.
you bring, as long as you pay for the tailoring. Doesn't really matter to me where it comes from.
It's good. And this is something that's, given my profession, I might be in a situation where, like, the typical cloaks that I'm wearing are not something that's permanent. So that's why I ask for something specifically that can be taken off and removed as needed. And if that's something that you can do, then that would probably be good for all of us.
Well, we do have clasps that you can simply reach up and pull, and they lets it drop right off your back.
Is it something that's attached? Would it be possible to get some sort of pockets or interior lining or something that can physically attach the two cloaks as needed and still be removable?
Generally, I would consider one to be the inner liner of the other. Yes.
All right. Well, that's good to know. It's if you'd like I'm not quite decided on the outer layer, but if I do end up procuring the hide myself when we come back, but and it's good to know, and I definitely plan on returning before I leave the city.
Well, we can take your measurements now, put them onto file, and whenever you're ready and have everything you need, you can come right back and we'll have it made for you.
Yeah, that sounds like a good plan for now.
Very good. So it's gonna take a little bit of time, probably about 15 to 20 minutes to do measurements. If you're the kind of person, both player and character, who have never had a tailor do that kind of work for you, it is kind of awkward, a bit odd, but it's over before you realize it, and he has you write down some of the things you're looking for, like any kind of specific inner layer materials, any kind of colors that you're looking for, patterns, so on and so forth, so that they can source things better when you eventually come to have the piece made.
Oh, perfect. I suppose that concludes our business for now, but we'll talk again soon.
You're always welcome.
So I'll just head back to the chapter house to see how everybody else is getting along.
I would say it's about 9:30-ish now. Daxius, Fernix, do you think you're probably still asleep at this point?
I might be up by now.
Okay, so
Barely conscious, having to meditate before doing anything else other than basic shit.
okay. Well, Giru, Sven, if he was in his chair, and Vic, you will be arriving back at the chapter house at about now. I was hoping Sven would just make a miraculous reappearance just as I said something about it.
Bippity boppity boop. Sven now appears. Fuck, I was sure that would work.
Worth shot.
Yeah, well. I guess I'm not as magical as I am in game.
Well, either way, Daxius, you're now awake. It's still pretty quiet in the chapter house. There are a few more people than probably there were when the others were awake at about 8 o'clock, but it's not busy in here by any measure.
I'm just gonna find some, private, closest equivalent to a bathroom, get some, water, splash it on my face, and just, have a moment to myself.
Okay. Yeah, there are, washrooms here, but they're much more like actual washrooms, where it's something like... There's nothing being, run now, because in a time period like this, you had to have water heated, put it into a waxcloth lined bathtub and all that kind of stuff for you, but there's always water if you want to clean yourself off, wash your hands, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I do that. I go into my normal kitsune form for a little bit, just kind of look myself over.
Okay.
Today's a new day, and I'll leave and go join the others wherever they are, going back to my human form before leaving, of course.
Mm-hmm. I was hoping Sven would return, so...
I could meditate downstairs. It's totally fine.
It's probably quiet enough that you're able to do that.
Usually don't get too drunk at breakfast. Usually.
Usually.
Yeah, I figure everyone
about
here is
3 or 4
able to
days a
hold their
week.
liquor.
Yeah, well, normally, first things first, Daxius will get himself a morning ale or something, but today he skips that.
Okay.
Goes straight to the whiskey.
That's the tequila sunrise.
Yeah. No, actually, even more, what will probably startle all of you is that he just doesn't touch alcohol this morning.
Oh.
I don't know who's at the place, but wherever they are, I'll sit down at their table. Morning.
I think at this point,
I'll
mostly everyone.
I'd be sitting there with my coffee in the process of being brewed, and looking over my prayer book.
Is it not distracting to do that while you're, not in... mean, it's not as busy as it usually is. It's the morning, but even so, there's still a little bit of commotion.
Some background chatter can be focusing.
Hmm.
Good morning, by the way.
Good morning.
It's still be called that.
Ah,
Typically
never
easy
liked
to do
mornings.
before the sunrise, for me personally at least.
Yes.
Fair enough. Well,
Did notice it had gotten a head start on me.
Well, it's kind of need to, but it's a whole thing. Don't need to go into it.
He's
I
back.
guess I'm just used to magic coming back to me after a while. My arcane energy being restored on its own. It's still a strange process to me. I'm very curious about it.
Do have to meditate a little bit, right? Clear your
I
head.
mean, a little bit to focus some level of arcane energy, but for the most part, it doesn't require nearly as much effort as you need.
Oh, it's not that much effort once you get used to it. Just a
Yeah.
lot. So,
I mean,
it ends up taking about the same amount of time anyway. Somehow.
Yeah, fair enough. Ah, there you are, Sven.
Hi.
We're saying that
Sorry.
basically everyone's down at the common room. We're just saying that you probably are wandering in
Oh,
at the right time.
yeah. Sure. Hello, Daxis. I see everyone's awake now.
Yes, unfortunately.
You know,
Were
you
you
could
hoping not to
go
wake
back
up?
you could go back to sleep if you wished.
I'll be fine when the coffee's done brewing. Just,
Fair enough.
yeah.
Speaking of, Phoenix,
Mm-hmm.
I talked to what is his name? Ash. I talked to Ash earlier today about enchanting. Perhaps, he's enchanting some things for me now. If he might have some stuff that maybe
Oh,
we could
Ash
go
the
down and-
Enchanter. Never mind.
Reese. He means Reese.
Yeah.
Well,
I thought
seems
Reese
worth
was.
checking out.
Reese Black is the wizard.
Dude, I'm sorry. I'm very dumb.
Mhm.
We all get a little bit of stupid juice in us sometimes. It's all good.
He seemed like well, if I'm being honest, a man who really didn't care. But I know obviously you've been doing some enchanting for us. Maybe he has some stuff that might make the process easier for you, tools or books.
I wouldn't mind seeing. Anything would be preferable.
I just have him working on something small in the meantime, just to lighten some load and work off of your shoulders. I know you've been overworked, perhaps, by other requests. Hopefully this will help. The others
while they're
very
talking-
reasonable prices, too, which is shocking.
It does take quite a bit of time for the turnaround, and we have been a little busy lately.
Hey,
I don't mean to interject, but while they're talking, I bust out the instruction manual of Enhanced Conjuration and Illusion and just read idly while they're talking.
Sure, no problem.
And
So,
speaking of which, there was the other matter of I believe I called it a death arrow. Technically an undead
Death
slaying
arrow?
arrow.
this might
Yes.
be helpful.
It should ideally only take a little bit of time, but if it takes 8 hours for some reason, I'm sorry. And we can just go ahead and do as we were going to do as though it didn't happen, and I didn't spend 1,000 gold on it. More like 600.
We should be figuring out some measures that we can take to deal with our query. I visited
was my plan.
Ash. I visited
Just-
Ash, and he should be helping us with information that might, help in our query.
I'm sorry, Ash who?
Ash, the pawn shop owner. Oh, yeah, yes.
Siegfried Ash, I believe.
Oh, right, we have met.
Daxius.
Yeah.
He At a game, I don't remember the exact wording he used, but I used the exact wording in game, if they remember what it was.
If it was something along the lines of they need to have a conversation with him about the job they pulled.
Yes, you need to have a conversation with him, and I don't think this is something you can duck out of. It's
Well,
something about
he knows where
the
to find
job.
him.
Did he say our names?
He said the two that I travel with who did it, and I looked to Phoenix and I looked to Vic. I
For
think we
instance,
know who
what
did the
be-
first two.
Between Daxius and Garugamesh, and then back to his book.
I don't really know what he's talking about because clearly,
It's not. I'm simply the. He asked me to tell you these things.
It seems he's been mistaken.
I
Nope.
looked at Axius. I really don't think this is something you can put your head in the ground over.
Well, I'm gonna fucking try, because I'm not talking to that asshole.
It might be whether you like to or not.
Axius, I think this is a situation where he will talk to you. It's just a matter of if you go to him or he's angry and comes to you for not coming to him.
Mm-hmm.
I think it might be best if you take the first option.
I'm gonna scan the room to see if anyone's watching us.
Give me a perception.
I assumed we were talking quieter, but
Just take the lid off the pot so it doesn't boil over.
You don't notice anything, however, it is relatively sparsely populated in here. The people that are in here seem to fit the bill of those that you would expect to be within the Valier Society chapter house. You're talking your mercenary types, your monster hunters, your guild members, obviously, and those who are coming in here looking for assistance one way or the other. No one seems to be necessarily paying you a lot of attention.
I understand that you don't want to, and I understand why, but you're going to have to face the flames one way or another, and I think that the better option is on your own terms.
I think you're right. But I need to think about this for a little bit. This is, You know, I was expecting to have a good day today. I was really, really hoping to have a good day today, and this has entirely shat the bed on that whole day. So,
For what it's worth, it might not be all that bad. I spoke to him and he seemed to be interested, or at least receptive to the idea of, how would we say it, you not being freelance anymore.
No, fuck no. I am not working for a scumbag like him.
Once you
I
start
will
working for
pay off
someone-
whatever debt I need to, but I am not becoming another one of his fucking lackeys. I'm not giving him another piece on his fucking board. Fuck that.
Is there something he's done?
No, I just don't like being used by people. I'm sick of it.
I don't
Well.
know if it's... Daxius, I expect you of all people to know this. In any big city, there are
Well,
going
we're
to be
leaving soon, aren't we?
I mean,
Few days.
yes, but we will be back here. We're not
I could
leaving.
use my magic to come back as a different human being.
Daxius, if you do that, then he'll just talk to me and other members.
I
Why
need
would
some
he
time
be
to think
talking to
about
you?
this.
And think of Garugamesh as well. He knows it's both of you.
I'm right here.
Yes, it is rude to not
Daxius.
talk about him like he's not
damn
he's
it.
not in the room.
You should have known that in places like these there is territory and turf.
I'm aware.
You
Ben,
did
I-
something that upset people who have power.
I
I
just
don't
thought
understand your willingness to bow to this man.
I'm not.
Encouraging Daxius
Bowing.
to go and work for him.
It's not bowing. It's,
It is.
Just
you
showing
give these
off to him.
fuckers an inch. I will talk to him. I don't really have a choice. You're right about that. But you give these fuckers an inch, they'll take a fucking mile.
You can't
So-
trust him.
that's all I'm
about
asking.
anything.
It's all I'm asking is that you talk to him, because one way or another, however you spin this, he will talk to you. And if not to you, then he will talk to one of us. And if you're not willing to sort this out, then he will take what is owed, whether we like to or whether we agree to it or not. This has no good outcome if you ignore it.
You're right. I need some time to think and prepare some kind of strategy because, in a way,
Fine, just
I
don't
played right into his fucking hands because no matter what happens, what's probably going to happen is they're probably going to be like, oh, you have to pay off your debt or something, and then something's going to go wrong. It's going to not be enough, and then I'm going to have to continue doing jobs for him, and then one way or another, I'm going to be stuck under his thumb.
I think
That's
you
what I
just-
want to avoid.
Before all of
So
that,
I need time to think.
I think it
can
was-
you at least listen to what he has to say first? I mean, for all you
I
know,
really-
you could just be like, "Well, I'm upset that you did that. Don't do that again." And get out of here.
Daxius, I think it's
Not
more
how these
along the
people work,
lines
but I'll
of
listen.
you operated in his territory and didn't give him a cut. I really think that's mostly what this is.
I think it might be more of that. What my assumption, to be honest, is that I likely robbed someone who was under his protection.
If he becomes a problem, let me know, and I'll have Bix chop his fucking head off.
I am not against that. However, that would leave a power vacuum in the criminal underworld here, which could cause a lot of problems, not just for us. But for the
I'm
entire
more
city.
concerned about the vacuum of our life being left where we were standing and us being replaced by.
I warned you of this. I warned you of this, that there would be consequences, and I'm sorry to tell you, but they're here.
And we don't have time to deal with the fallout, so please.
Just speak with him.
I
both
already
of
said
you
I
will
already
have to
said I
Gilgamesh.
would.
We can start with a conversation, see where things go from there.
And if it doesn't go well, we'll have another conversation.
No matter what happens,
With all
this
of
isn't
us.
going to end well.
You might be overblowing it.
You
I'm
might
with
be
you.
underestimating him entirely.
Yeah, I think that he and I are on good enough terms that he wouldn't quite.
You're a fool to think
Do
you're on
something.
good terms with Siegfried Ash.
I have to agree with Gilgamesh on this one.
Do you know things
Sven, you
about
spoke
this
to him
man?
for about half an hour.
Do you know things about this man that I don't?
Not this man specifically, but I've been grown up around these type of people pretty much most of my life.
These
It's
type of
unwise
people.
to trust those types of people. He
I
didn't
think
get
he
to
also
the-
understands that it would be unwise to mess with us. I think he just wants a peaceful resolution to a problem that you caused.
It's a problem he perceives that we caused. If he's
No
making
matter-
those people pay to be under his protection,
You
That's-
admitted it.
what?
You admitted to doing it.
Yes, but it doesn't involve Siegfried Ash. He only thinks it involves him. If he's having that business pay him protection, then that's his
We
own
don't
business.
know. We don't know. You just talk to him. That's all I'm asking is for you to talk to him. Gilgamesh.
I don't want to talk to Siegfried Ash, but if Daxius is going to walk in there alone, I'll go with him. But
I think Gilgamesh is enough of a deterrent against physical means.
I don't know. That golem is
we've got that charm to stop the
Oh
golem.
yeah.
Yeah,
Oh yeah.
yeah, I would say it would be good for you to wear it, Daxius, because well, golems do tend to be very tough.
We'd probably want me to
Can
wear
wear
it
it.
just because I'd be the one doing damage to the golem.
Well, do you want to fight the golem and then if you don't successfully beat it down before it beats you down, have no chance in hell, or fight it with Daxius?
We can discuss it if it comes to that.
Well, if you think the golem's going to be there, one of you should wear it. I suppose it's not really my business who. Just don't die. It's
I would like
expensive.
to wear it.
Alright, you can wear it, Daxius.
All right.
Are we
Feel
going
like
now?
we can.
I don't like this one bit. really.
I don't either. Why can't we just bring everyone?
That is essentially a declaration of war.
I think it's the smart play than to listen to him. And
I
from
don't
his
think you're
position, it would be
wrong.
understandable why the two people he asked to come alone did not come alone.
He
Well,
didn't ask alone.
I
Right.
thought he did ask alone.
It's just
It
us
would-
two.
It would just
He asked for us.
demonstrate that you were.
He singled us out of the party to come and meet with him.
Because you are the two who did this thing.
Yes, but well,
Yes,
why
but
couldn't we go in there with everyone?
I
wouldn't
will
like
say,
can.
That's tough titties for him.
You
If you
can
wanna
go.
talk-
I will
Well,
say, I do remember the DM wording it as such, where he said for us two to come alone, or there would be consequences.
No, the
No.
wording was that you need to come to him, or he would make you come to him, and it would be better if
Gotcha.
you came to him willingly.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I thought I heard something about us two. Never mind.
it's still not nice.
Well, the
It's
message
not
was
nice,
for
but
you,
it's a
though.
lot
Not
less.
something that you're like, hey, buddy,
It's not nice, but it's a lot less.
come to my birthday party, or there will be
Uh,
consequences, and my birthday party will come to you.
Secret Ash isn't a moron. I feel like it's pretty understandable to come with backup in case things get ugly.
They might.
Would you like
I would
backup?
like to avoid that.
Do you think if we
can-
requested Secret Ash to come meet us alone, do you
We can
think
wait
you would come
nearby.
alone?
Secret Ash would not come alone
No,
because
we're
he
not coming
understands
alone.
his position.
I'm inviting the rest of the party to attend with us. Sven, if you would like to come along, that includes you.
I
I
have
think-
prior arrangements today, unfortunately.
We-
Though if we go now, I perhaps could.
If we could delay just a bit, we did want to get that rot taken care of.
Yes, that's mostly what I was concerned of.
Yes, I did notice maybe a little bit of a bald spot there, but I don't want to seem like I'm preening you over here. And also, I think I can smell it. No offense.
You can take it.
So, what is the course of action?
Fix the rock.
I-
and then
I would
go.
say let's go and be back up, but after we get Sven's mummy rot taken care of.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I don't think it's transmittable, but now that you know what, that should be an evil action. I was gonna say, I'm like, if we like bottle up some of Sven's like infected goop and then threaten the guy with it.
You don't want Sven's goop.
Sven's got the goop.
No.
That'd be pretty funny though.
It would be. It'd be a good use of resources, is what it would be.
Start
No,
selling
I-
Sven's mummy rot.
Oh, and why don't we see what that hammer does?
Oh yes, we have another day to identify that.
Yeah, man. We can.
Yep, give me the rolls for that. When applicable.
I will assist with a dance.
I can just assist normally.
Yeah, right. It was like I did have one spell that I realized I forgot to reprep, but it's okay. It's cantrip. I'll get in a sec. We
You get an
give
additional
ourselves
+2 from my bardic performance.
a big ol' identify. Does that stack with guidance? I feel like we figured that out already, and I'm just not
Believe it does,
remembering.
yes.
Okay,
What type is it?
is that competence for?
I believe
believe so,
it's yes. Competence for inspire. Competence. I don't know what the assist bonus is. I think it's circumstance.
Who has it on their sheet?
Then guidance is competence. Okay, so you're living your best life, and so shall we.
Mine is also a competence bonus.
The hammer is on Sven's sheet, I believe, and the gem is in the Vardo.
Yeah,
Bag of holding.
No, the hammers in the Vardo. I just found it.
Wow. Okay.
In that case, let's go ahead and see about that inspiration.
A 26
about that?
passes.
Oh. Well, there we go.
I will make that available in the Vardo, which is where it presently is. It should be visible. The
Field splitter.
gemstone. Where is the information from the gemstone?
I don't know that we had it as
I
an
know
item, but there
I've-
was something in the bag of holding.
Yeah, I was like, I've got an item that was the gemstone on me too.
And where did that come from?
From the sconce with the
Fire pit.
Oh, yes.
It launched the fireballs at us. I was about to say with fire elementals, and then I'm like, wait, no, fire elementals did not come out of the sconce.
Okay.
Let's see. Shit. Oh, that hammer is pretty cool, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wait, it's impact. I don't even know what that does.
Oh, I didn't know that. We
It-
weren't
it-
reading it aloud.
Yeah, it increases the effective size of the weapon, I believe.
Yeah, I was like, so we should probably say it's a +1 impact warhammer that has the ability to penetrate and destroy shields.
Yep.
Whenever its wielder uses it successfully strike an opponent who carries a shield, the opponent's shield takes the same damage as the opponent. And if you sunder a shield, it bypasses its hardness. So it'll eventually break down people's shields, and that's very strong against wooden shields in particular, because I know at least Gilgamesh probably does more than 10 points of damage a hit, and that'll just break a light wooden shield in one go. So,
Is this a
yeah,
two-handed?
it's a one-handed warhammer.
But it can be wielded two-handed.
Yeah, it's
handed,
versatile.
technically.
Mhm.
I think anything except for light weapons can be two-handed for extra damage.
Yeah. And an impact weapon delivers a kinetic jolt when it strikes, dealing damage as if the weapon were one size category larger, so it's a d10. And any bull rush combat maneuver the wielder attempts while wielding weapon gains a bonus equal to the weapon's enhancement bonus. Nice little extra there.
Alright.
It is mainly smashy.
It's really
Quick-
good.
Quick side note about golems. Do they take sneak attack damage?
Nope, they
Yeah.
are considered...
They do know.
Yeah, what's the word I'm looking for?
Well,
Amorphous.
constructs.
Right. In that case, it might be better for Gilgamesh to have the Golem Bane Scarab.
Well, that's what I'm saying is that they do now. They had one change is that they gave them bonus HP, and I believe we are not subject to bleed, disease, death effects, necromancy, paralysis, poison, sleep, and stunning. Mind affecting, can't heal damage on its own, immune to any effect that requires a fort save, no massive damage, can't be raised or resurrected. It gets bonus HP on its size, but that's it. Like, it they got rid of that since constructs already had a huge laundry list of abilities and just gave them a little more HP. So you can totally sneak attack them now.
I've been thinking about it, and I'm still thinking maybe Gilgamesh should have it. Maybe
if
mainly
they
just
have-
because he's the damage dealer.
If they have DR and you can't sneak attack them though, you're probably not going to do any damage to them at all.
Yeah.
It was the one thing that I was thinking. I was like, sadly, out of the two of you, Gilgamesh might be the best poised to deal with it. But if you can sneak attack it consistently, then you might actually be the one who's better suited to dealing with it.
Well, that's
Oh right, you're mainly Bard though. Okay, I was thinking
Yeah.
like 4d6 of sneak attack. You might need the scarab to deal damage, but it depends on what it is. So
Well, I was just thinking if worst comes to worst, Gilgamesh can focus on the golem while I attack the humans because I have bleed and shit.
Mhm. Yep.
Yeah.
So probably better if you take the scarab, Grumish.
All right.
Will just stay as far away from the golem as I can.
I think I was
And-
gonna ask. Oh, sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I'm loading the mirror image wand into my spring-loaded sheath.
You wanted me to identify the gem, right?
Yep.
The gem rolled. Okay.
I'm assuming they're giving you the same competence bonuses.
I hope so.
I can reroll to see if I actually successfully assist. That works.
That definitely fucking works. A natural 20 to assist. Yes.
Wow.
that most definitely does.
It gave me a
that.
20.
Okay, I will drag it to your sheet, but I will also be reading out the description once I get to it. I was gonna have an image made, but kind of forgot about that in the haze of everyday
Oof.
life.
It got way heavier.
It is a construct heart. This object, however shaped or sized, is a solid mass of soft, malleable ion stone. Soft to the touch, yet firm and strong, ion is a highly valuable, rare, and mysterious material which contains within it an innate arcane energy, which varies in strength by its size. Most commonly used pieces of ion stone have effects reflected by their color and shape. Pure ion is potential untapped. This item happened to have been found in the heart of a very large construct in the gauntlet beneath Innsbruck. It is roughly 5 pounds and vaguely pyramidal or prism-shaped. It has an opalescent, iridescent skin, and when it was pulled from its perch, radiated an arcane energy which slowly subsided. In a quiet room with no other movement, one can even wonder if they saw it flinch or move. The listed price reflects the average cost of ion stone, not this one specifically. Its cost ranges from 25 gold to 200,000 gold, based on purity, color, and size.
Well.
That's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
While they're identifying this stuff,
Could be better.
Daxis is just kind of sitting there and mumbles to himself. And I was really hoping for a good day before he stands up, walks to the bar, and actually buys himself some morning ale.
Okay, well, speaking of ale, there's a consumable in the Vardo for a keg of ale.
I added that.
Yeah.
Nobody has drank from.
Yes.
It will be good
yeah.
for the road.
I remember
probably like-
buying that.
Many eons ago.
Probably not any good at this point. It's been sitting out in the sun for 3 days.
Well,
where-
I can actually fix that. Well, actually, how big is the tankard? Like in cubic feet?
I think
I can-
we.
I can deal
measured
with it if
this
it's
bought it.
3 cubic feet of liquid.
176 gallons is what I have listed.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
I think
it's
that's
about
probably
twice that.
probably more than 3 cubic feet.
You could probably fit 3 of us in there.
No,
great.
it's the average barrel size, so one of you could fit into it if somebody tapped the top down on.
Where did you add the iron stone to?
I gave it to Fernix's sheet.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
I can. Well, there's purified food and drink, but there's also spell that can make it so that it's actually like beneficial wine or meat or whatever.
Okay. I think those were all the items that you had left to identify.
Yes. So, Felix, what can we actually do with that stone?
He like just trails off. What can we do with it? I assume we can make stuff with it.
Yeah.
I assume we can make a construct with it.
Yep.
Which I'm like, we could make a facsimile of life with it. It's potentially very valuable.
Perhaps someone at the society has a bit more know-how when it comes to this sort of thing. Not that I
That's
doubt your
Not a
understanding,
bad
but I don't
idea.
think.
It's not
I just-
really my field of expertise.
No.
I've only heard about this material, and it's sort of my first time studying it, and like pokes it.
It has some give to it a little bit.
Didn't expect it to be gelatinous. I was expecting more of a metal.
Well,
Kind of reaches
we could
over
talk.
and touches it.
Well, they do say diamond is the hardest metal.
Who says
Do
that?
they?
Who says
I
that?
didn't think the diamond was a metal, but right.
I'm a dwarf. I think I would know. I don't need you to correct me on it.
Do you want to roll bluff on that?
Yeah, I will. Your
Bluff
perception
on-
is too high. It
Bluff
doesn't-
on Girugamesh being a dwarf. We suddenly see that he's been like crouching down on his knees the whole time. The beard is off kilter.
Diamond is the hardest metal. I'm telling you.
Kind of pats him on the shoulder. So, we'll talk about bringing this over to the society later. Just completely disengaging from the conversation.
Right.
Well, you could talk to Jean-Luc about it, or honestly, by the way it moves when you touch it, maybe the biologist Xavier might be a better option, or
I
both.
was thinking Jean-Luc, if he has the time, might be the first stop, but it's hard to tell.
Right.
In the case, I believe we have some diseases to cure and some crime lords to converse with.
Yes.
I'll be
And-
reading here until you need me. I would just, yeah, I'll be here.
I'm sorry. Are we talking derogatorily about the crime lord when the reason we're talking to them is that these two stole?
We stole from people who deserved it.
Right.
Arguably.
I was
Argue.
not being derogatory at all. I was simply stating his title.
Right.
For your own personal gain.
Whether or not
Partially,
the
yes.
Just saying.
whether or not their actions were wise or unwise is a question for, well, several days ago, to be plain. But what's done is done, and we need to move forward.
Indeed. Roll.
Oh, kitten.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Does Pocket Cat also have mummy rot?
Oh no.
No, he usually looks like that.
Pocket
He's
Cat's
not-
name,
he's
real
not
name is
Pocket.
Tony, apparently.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's
Yeah,
never come
he
up.
doesn't-
Never
He doesn't
once.
have a
Oh.
texture on him like things getting diseased in Divinity 2.
Aw.
It just looks like the most horrific thing imaginable.
The cat occasionally phasing into existence.
Right. Yep. He's surprisingly still.
Still what? I'm sorry,
Just
that was a dumb
Jesus,
joke.
he was chilling.
Which one is
So we
that?
wanna
Chilling
roll.
and
This one's Cooper,
Oh.
named after Dale Cooper.
Aw.
We want to roll for those disease checks, and then I guess take her usual 10.
Diseases.
Are you the one that's trying to cure it, or are you taking it to the priests?
Well, we have remove curse and disease. So one of them went first. Oh, bye.
Neither of them has to be first. They just have to be done within a minute of one another.
Okay. So I'm like, why don't we do that at the church so that if one of them fails, we can go quick, and
Probably a good idea.
off 150 gold. All right. Yes, so I think we should split up and do that. According to my hourglass, I should be done. I feel like I've gone over everything many times. And then once that's done, we'll get the arrow that I'm making to not murder a noblewoman. Because she's already dead.
I believe it was Hans at the Red Temple who was able to do some of this if needed.
Yes.
Yep, good old Brick.
I should also tell you that I did deal with Ash. There was a reason I was there. If anyone in this city were to know things and be willing to part with that information, it is him. And I asked him to keep ears on the Lutz family. The people that we are, involved with. So if he mentions it, I've told you about it now, so...
Well, thank
Great.
you for
Yet more that he knows.
I think
sure-
he's more than okay with our involvement.
Not that
Whether or not he's okay with our involvement, I don't find him trustworthy to know the details of our dealings. Not that I'm one to speak on that, of course. I've let many details slip to unaffiliated parties.
Well, we're paying him for the knowledge.
In any case, yes.
We don't need to divulge anything that goes outside of our purview.
Well,
In
you
any
have
case, I
fun
suppose we
getting. You have fun getting rid of your mummy rot. I'll be here.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll get Natari sorted out as soon as possible.
While they're doing mummy rot, can I craft something?
You can start an amount of time on it.
Oh crap, I forgot.
Yep.
Take a
New
couple
rolls.
Shit. Okay, I can either look at the rules, or are you able to briefly explain how
What
it's gonna
is
work?
the cumulative value of the materials that you're putting into?
Well, I was just gonna try and make a diamond ring, 125 GP.
Oh, using one of the smaller ones.
Yeah.
So the amount of the diamond, and then the difference in probably the gold, which or maybe like maybe like a tenth of a pound, I think, for a ring.
That seems like a
Basically,
lot.
like, let's say 5 gold pieces worth of gold. So
Sure.
the two of them together determines the starting value.
So
Which means that
130
the
gold pieces.
DC for you is a 15. Simply passing the DC raises the total value by 25% of the value of the cumulative items.
Okay. I got a 26.
Okay. Beating it by 10 raises it by 50%.
Of the total, so 130 times 150?
Well,
Or not
by
150.
1.5.
yeah, by
1.5,
1.5, not 150.
I meant to say 150%.
Yeah, the numbers are all there, just kind of slightly different.
Yeah, it's not, missing.
It's dirty math. We're fine. Well, how much time do I need to do that then?
It's an hour per 100 gold value of value added.
Of value added?
A value added with a minimum of 1 hour.
130 times 1.5 is 195, so it looks like I'm just sitting at an hour.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Mhm.
All right. Okay, for the mummy rot, you have 1 potion, which means you only have to make 1 roll as to for the remove disease.
I still need to roll with the potions caster level.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like, we'll do it when we get to the church, and then.
Yeah.
Time-honored cleric tradition of all spam cure spells at the same time and hope that it works.
Eventually it will.
Hotkey to the scroll wheel and just go nuts.
Mm-hmm. Just the sound of all the priests saying the same verbal components slightly delayed on top of each other in the same voice.
Sounds like a bad recording.
Hmm.
Okay.
Well, I've got this remove curse. Will it roll? No,
Nope.
but I can roll. All right.
Yeah, that
That's pretty good.
more than passes.
All right. And
Are
then
those?
what is Pathfinder?
Whatever the save DC is of the disease.
Yeah, none of the rolls are showing up in the chat for me, so I just didn't know if it was my internet crapping itself again.
Oh,
Probably.
So caster level times spell level times 10. What did I say it was gonna cost each time? I don't think it was
it
very
should
much.
be, well, 3 times 5, so 150.
Okay. So it's gonna be 150 per spin roll of the dice.
Well,
And
we have the cure disease potion too, so we may as well use that right away, right?
True. So
I thought we had remove curse.
Yeah, it's the other way around, but I think the save DC would have been the exact same, so using
Yeah.
the 23 on that's fine.
Yeah, but that's why I asked which
And I
one we
think-
had.
because potions don't use spellcasting stats, it's just
Yeah, it still has the caster level, and it's the minimum for whatever spell level it would have to be
so it's D20 plus
usually.
3?
5,
5.
third level spell.
Okay.
And they have to beat its save.
Yes.
That does not pass.
Oh, potion's gone. Time to roll the dice.
Y'all, the guy, please.
And then spellcasters get their casting bonus, right?
No, just the whatever their actual caster level is, which also
okay.
can affect the price too, because he can just charge more because he's higher level caster.
Yeah, but I don't want to spend twice as much for a +1.
Sorry, only the 20th level clerics in town today.
Fuck. All right,
Or at least you can't say I'm not 20th level.
150 gold.
That does pass.
Thank God.
Whew.
I think you should take that out of the party fund, honestly.
It's not very much.
No, not really.
I
It's
appreciate
perfectly
that.
reasonable to say that you don't. Yeah, we're punishing you because you got your ass kicked. That's
Yeah,
fair.
thanks for taking the hit. By the way, fair pay up.
Yeah, it's like
All
charging
right.
somebody for getting cancer.
Mummy
That's
rot.
We
Oh,
live in
what-
America. Need a
That's what
hospital?
That's what negative levels feel like.
do you
Cost
have the
1,000 gold per level to remove, and even at this level, you're like, oh, I got hit with 3, and you're like, that's way
Gonna go
more
kill
expensive
myself.
than it should be.
Do you have another cast of that?
I don't.
Oh, you just prepared the one today?
Yup.
Wow.
Because I realized that we were gonna go in and fight the vampire, so even that one was where I was like, well, we might fight the vampire.
Well,
what
I
I'm
guess
saying.
you're lucky that you rolled well.
Yes. That's right.
More mummy rot. Yay.
And
All right.
I don't know if it cures the ability damage, but I guess
Well, I
if it
didn't
happened
take it.
before you,
Yeah, I didn't take any today because this was before noon, I assumed.
Yeah.
Alright. I really gotta go to the bathroom. I'm sorry.
yeah.
Is this a good place to
We're
break?
like,
Yep. Let's take a 5
Way to
or
go.
maybe 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and figure out. Are we dealing with a crime lord? Are we going to get the books? Are we going into the temple? Or what are we doing?
All of them.
Yeah, fucking. Considering how fast we move, I don't think so.
Not a lot.
It'll be
Right.
today, except the end game today, which may end up lasting 3 or 4 months.
Because
it's-
you know. All right, we'll be back. Thanks so much. Here we go.
Lan is here?
Lannis here.
Yes.
All right, so managed to get the mummy rock cured at least off of Sven. So where to
Yeah.
next?
We were having our conversation with the resident crime lord.
It might be out of
Yay.
the player. It might be better to deal with that now than.
I think so.
It's up to you guys, really.
Before we do that, could I just simply roll for the story thing, and then we can deal with that later? Because I really want to see what the result of the roll is.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
This is for your writing
And-
a book.
Yes, and can I burn an inspiration to get a plus bonus on it?
Yeah.
How much would that be?
If you're rolling it after the fact, because I haven't really put a value on it. If you're rolling before, it's basically just a guaranteed roll.
Plus 10?
6, I think,
Yeah, it's
is the
usually
normal.
plus 6 if you're rolling after the fact, or a guaranteed pass. However, this is definitely is a situation where there technically is no pass.
Yeah, it's a crafting, so you can't just automatically pass, because that doesn't
Yeah.
mean anything.
Yeah, that's my
Okay.
my point really.
And the crafter's potion is a plus 5?
Yes.
Alright.
So with the inspiration, it does say if there's no structure DC, you can use the inspiration point to basically get advantage. Which
And then...
That might not be the worst use of it, but it's up to you really.
And then I have... Tome of Epics, which I can study to get another plus 2.
You have to study that for a certain amount of time.
1 hour.
We'll just assume this is happening afterwards.
Mm-hmm. And that should be fine. Yeah. Okay. So total of plus 13, I think.
Okay.
God damn!
God damn.
Nice.
Basically, you can
Alright.
determine whatever the fuck you want it to be with a goddamn final roll of 48.
I mean,
Uh,
technically, it's a masterpiece, right?
Oh God,
And
yeah.
then some.
I'll deal with that while the party's doing their thing.
You're not coming with us.
No, Sven had stuff.
Well-
He has this to do.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations on the roll. That's a pretty big one.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if shit goes wrong, at least you have that.
Be sure to
was
tell
gonna
my
say it
story, Sven.
Okay.
might be smart for us to wait nearby and then have you guys have a signal or something.
Yeah,
We can walk
actually, if you guys were to wait nearby outside and let me and Grugamesh walk in there.
Vic, why don't you use that legendary perception of yours to keep an ear out for any sort of struggle on the inside?
What was the name of our group? The Gatecrashers?
Yep.
Mhm.
Which, once again, haven't gotten to
It's
the
spelled
point
with a
where
Y.
you would have been introduced to that name, but fuck it.
That name
Grugamesh
has
made it
that-
up.
that name has zero relation to what our group, but it's an okay name.
I
The-
thought it was
the-
Garugamesh and the Gnomes.
It's like 2 based on shit Furnace has done.
The first version of it for Sven should have it called the Crash Gators. And then he changed it later. He's like, no, the
Wait,
Gate Crash
that
is
makes
much
no
better.
sense.
Maybe it could be something like the Master Gators.
Master D Gators.
That's what Grugamesh comes up with later and tells people that they are. And then eventually punches them.
You just take the hinges off your gate and take it away.
it's a forum for open thought where we call ourselves the master debaters.
Okay, so who all is going in? What and those that aren't? Where are you?
I
I
assume
think
it's a
I'm
group.
going
in.
Are we on the
Nerd.
map? Or where are they going?
We're in the kilns.
He's dying again.
Yeah. He's slowly
There it
moving
is.
over that way and hear artillery fire outside, so.
Is it the kiln or is it the Narrows trade house? Because I thought it was the trade house.
Yeah, it's in the
That's
Narrows.
In the Narrows.
Yeah,
Upper
he runs
right
the
corner.
Narrows trade house.
Where is that?
It's up to
It's
the
upper right
north.
corner.
Northeast.
Ah, that's entirely the opposite side of the city from where I thought he was.
Okay. So is it just Daxius and Gurugamesh going inside?
I
Correct.
think so.
And Fernix and Fernix and Vic are staying outside for now, at least.
Yeah, I was like, I'd like to wait somewhere where I could at least see the door.
All right. So,
Surely.
Before going in, I am going to go down an alley, and I'm going to switch into what I consider my professional attire, which is my normal kitsune form, wearing the mask with the Oath of Anonymity on.
okay. So, you're able to do that well before getting close to the Narrows. You guys get into probably the southern entrance, the one above the blind barn. And those of you who are sort of at least somewhat keyed into how these kinds of people operate, you see that there are people that sort of go for you and then like half a second later immediately stop. And then they just back off. Most of the crowd gives you guys a pretty decent berth as everyone moves through the alleyways.
Seems our reputation precedes us.
Apparently so.
Give
I
me a
look
perception,
up and-
everyone. Everyone who's here. I mean, not you.
Sorry, what'd you say, Greg?
Give me a perception, everyone who is here, which is not Sven.
Just a reminder, I get +2 to notice unusual stonework.
I don't think that matters here.
And wherever they went. Okay. Here we go.
Man, everyone's bringing their A game.
Yeah, holy shit.
Everyone is able to notice a couple of things. A, that it seems like probably some of the harder guys are like keeping their eyes on you. Second is that you notice that there are guards here. Not many of them, just two that are kind of not wandering, but kind of lingering near the northern end. And the other thing is you hear somebody call out, "Dead man walking!" You don't hear anybody else echo it. There's no like jeering or anything like that. It actually just... It's like life continues on. Except that nobody really wants to get close to you.
I am casting Detect Thoughts as we're walking.
There's obviously a lot of people that you pass by, and a lot of them... It's a mishmash, because there's so many fucking people. It's really goddamn difficult to, like, focus on any one person. You ever seen that episode of Buffy the Vampire Slayer? Where she gets the ability to read other people's thoughts?
Actually, no.
It's like not in control of... not in her control, is it? No. Yeah.
No, Barry and I have seen it.
I had seen it.
Basically, by halfway through the episode, she's lost her fucking mind because you hear everything, unfiltered, from everyone all the time. This sort of has a similar effect. Now, obviously, a lot of people's thoughts are kind of idle or mindless, like they don't have any meaning. Other people are like, who the fuck are these people? You know, why do they look like they're hillsmen? And then there's a couple of people like, oh, there's the morons. Oh, they're dead. Or just shit like that. It's like vague comments here and there, but primarily it's inanity. Stuff that doesn't really matter. You don't hear anyone who stands out as, yeah, I see them. I'm gonna tell them, or tell somebody about this. Nothing like that.
I want to get close to the guards before we go in and actually read their minds.
You actually, let me.
It's like a cone-shaped thingy
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So
I have to get within 60 feet of them.
that I guess you can see with detect magic somehow.
So
I mean, I am using magic.
one of the guards passes, so you don't hear anything from his head. You do hear, however, the thoughts of the female partner that he is with. And their eyes do kind of glance over at you, and you hear in her mind, fuck it, when we cut this deal, we would have just thrown these people in irons. He must have his good fucking reasons. He just turns and spits into the ground for, like, looking for something to chew on or eat or smoke.
I'm going to turn to the others. This is a trap.
Yes. I don't know that we should proceed with this.
I don't think so either. I think walking in there is just walking into their scheme. But they've already seen us here, and they're going. And if we walk out, they're just going to tell Siegfried Ash. So we're kind of in the thick of it now.
I think we've just got to push through it.
Okay. You go inside?
I don't think I want to. I really don't want to. Please, anyone give me a reason not to. I will gladly hear it.
We could try and leave, and if they stop us, then we proceed.
You
Can
could
we
try and
possibly-
request an audience outside?
Change much.
Yeah, I don't know.
Can we bribe the guards?
He wants both of us. What if only one of us went in?
I'll go in. Alone. And if people arrest me, so be it. Don't fight it. Just let it happen.
I'd rather have all of us go. That's fine as well.
Yes, I think we should go and grab Vic and Vernix. Clearly we're in danger here, and that's why we brought them. Let's take them with us.
Fuck it. If we'll all go in then.
Alright, we're all going in. I go and grab Vernix and Vic and give them the lay down.
Should we?
I'll guess we were at the temple while that was happening then.
Hmm.
Or something.
I do hope you all know that as soon as we walk in there, and I'm assuming if Ash doesn't like what we have to say, that we're likely going to be thrown in irons or worse.
Well, then tell him something he liked.
We'll play nice to an extent.
I'm sure you're not unfamiliar with the concept of lying.
No, I'm not. Just wanted to avoid a situation like this again. The last time I was in a meeting like this, it didn't go well.
So, what is the plan of action?
Are we all going in?
I think it's either we all go in or I go in alone. I think we all go. I'm leaning towards all go in, but if we want to just, I'm happy to take one for the team.
Let's all go in.
Yeah, I'm like, if we're not going to listen to him anyway, we should just go in and be like, yeah, fuck whatever you were saying. Fuck off. And then leave.
All right, we all go in then.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and pop a potion of have an arm before that then. Because I was like, I think I'm forgetting something. And I'm like, oh yeah.
Vernix, are you able to give me an arm today, or should I have asked for that in advance?
No, I didn't end up preparing it.
Mm.
Ended up making preparation that you might find more fun.
Okay.
Well, let's see. If this gets ugly, then I might just go ahead and do that instead of bothering Jax again.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Before we go in, I'm going to also cast Expeditious Retreat on me, just in case. That lasts for 6 minutes.
Okay. All right.
6.
You go inside. Opening the door, obviously, just like Sven saw earlier in the day, there is indeed and those of you who haven't been here, there is a very motherfucking large stone golem standing just inside the door, probably about 9, maybe scratching 10 feet tall. Probably weighs somewhere between 1 and 3 tons.
Mm.
Yeah.
I say hi to the golem.
It's Furnix, you're muted.
Oh,
There you go.
wait a minute.
Its head turns and just kind of looks at you. It doesn't seem to move otherwise. By the way, if you're wearing this, whoever's wearing the scarab, as soon as you got within 60 feet, it kind of gave you that warning of there is a construct near you.
Oh, yeah, I'm wearing it.
Okay.
I'm gonna... just one thing real quick. Just as we close the door behind us, I want to take one of the flyers and just, like, stick it in the door behind me.
Yeah, the golem doesn't stop you.
Yeah, just like, as we're closing the door, just, like, between the crease, just so it's, like, poking out of the other side.
Mm-hmm. Like a Boy Scout flyer. So, the room is much like Sven found it earlier. However, the bald guy isn't stocking things. The not bald guy, the younger, well, actually possibly older guy, is behind the counter, and he is talking to, like, a man who appears like he's probably lower middle class, who is either buying or selling something. It's hard to tell from this distance. But his eyes look up, and you're able to see, like, the one monocle, and he looks to the man and says, and just sort of says something, and the man kind of gives a nod, and then, like, looks to the shoes that he has up on the counter. The younger man turns around, goes to the door, and says something before coming back and resuming talking to the man who is buying or selling those shoes. There is no one else in here, just those two people.
I go up to the counter to wait my turn to be spoken to.
You're standing there, and you're hearing him talk to this older man who's more or less kind of not haggling, but like trying to figure out like the quality of these shoes. And finally, the younger man is like, "Look, they're only a silver. If you don't find them to be up to your standards, we can suggest another tailor here in town, or cobbler, who can do the work for you at a reasonable rate." And the old man says, "All right then," and just like hands over like a silver piece with a shaking hand. The man on the other side of the counter smiles genially and says, "Thank you for your patronage." The old man kind of gives up and then starts walking for the door.
Can I roll sleight of hand to put a gold in that old man's pocket?
I had the same fucking thought. What the fuck?
We're both doing it then. Somebody's got to win.
Sure, go ahead. That definitely succeeds.
God damn.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, the old man does not have a great perception, for obvious fucking reasons. You're able to slip it into his pocket. Like, he's not, like, ratty, like, tattered or anything, but it definitely looks like he's the kind of person that most likely spent a lot of his life doing some sort of, perhaps low-level artisan work.
With the gentleman freed up, I'm going to call him over and say, "Excuse me, sir. I'm here to inquire about a magical item that's been on my shopping list, but I also heard Siegfried Ash wanted to see me again."
He turns towards you and says, "Yes, he is expecting you. If you wish, just head through the door and take it to the right. He's expecting you."
I hope it's all right. I brought my compatriots. They completed the gauntlet with me.
Why can't they meet us out here?
Because he is already halfway through meeting with somebody else. We can help your friends if they are looking for something to purchase or sell, but otherwise they must simply stay here for the moment.
That's unfortunate.
We don't like sharing business, even with those that others may trust. You may trust them, but we do not know them intimately.
Intimidate him, Vic.
Although your
Interesting.
one friend was in here earlier, and he seemed to be mostly on the level.
Out of character. Are we gonna try and get back there with Fernix and Vic? No? Okay.
I don't think we have a choice.
Alright.
Shout.
Business that affects one of us affect all of us. I don't know that it's pertinent to avoid or exclude any of us from business that affects the group.
Right.
We're looking to make things right here.
Well, and he kind of looks to the door and says, "The most that I can say is that the scales have already been balanced. However, that comes with a certain cost, and the fewer people who are in the know, the better, security speaking."
Maybe it is better if it's just Daxius and I.
Oh, if that's what you prefer.
It's not, but... Alright.
Just holler if you feel the need.
I might not get the chance.
I've got a question about message. Does the return message only work if Daxius is still within line of sight?
I don't think so. I think it just,
Not the... Yeah.
yeah, I think the return, as long as you're within the 120 feet, it returns to you.
Hmm.
Well, we
It says
could...
that the message doesn't have to travel in a straight line. If I know the path, while I'm walking down, I'm going to measure the distance. I'm actually going to turn to Vec and just say, don't move from this exact spot, okay? Just for the purposes of needing help. And I will go through the door, and I'm going to measure how far I'm traveling.
Okay.
You do need to point your finger at the creature, so I would presume that requires line of sight.
It says that magical silence, 1 foot of stone, 1 inch of common metal, or 3 feet of wood or dirt blocks the spell. It doesn't necessarily say anything about line of sight.
I think if Daxius has good enough sense of direction, he can just point through the wall.
And it does specifically say that it can go around barriers.
Okay.
Right? How do you want to play it?
This is better than oh ho ho, the nefarious window you didn't notice blocks your spell, which is you could effectively just shout and hit the effect of the message, but people would hear you.
If you want to say it's line of sight, I'm fine to go with that ruling.
I'm saying it's line of sight to cast the initial spell. If it's not made nearly as clear, I'm saying that the return, as long as you're within the 120 feet as the bird flies, and obviously not blocked by, say, actual like anti-magic or a thick wall of lead, it should most likely work. Or obviously, if you went like several like stories below ground, I don't think that would travel up. But through like a regular or a relatively standard building, you should be okay. You should be alright.
It just doesn't really help me if I'm trying to like it helps me if I want to get a message from Vic, but I can't get a message out.
Yeah.
Well, we may as well just set it up so that way we can get a message from Vic. And I guess Fernix, you don't have message?
Nope.
Alright. Well, I say we do it just to get it.
Yeah, I'll do it just for the hell of it, but I doubt it'll help much.
Better than nothing.
Yeah.
Alright.
I cast message on Vic and just say like bananas, just so there's something. And then Vic, you can say in the next 10 minutes, you can next 60, the next hour actually, you can say anything back from that time frame.
Well, I guess we head back.
Okay. It's only a few feet to the door leading out of sight. You go in and go to the right, where it leads up a set of stairs which go to the second floor. Once up there is a long like a hallway which runs basically back across the length of the building. It's rather obvious where you're supposed to go, as you're able to hear Ash speaking with somebody from down the hall. And as you get into it, you can hear the sound of a female voice responding to him. Somebody with a rather curt, almost vaguely masculine sound to her voice.
Do I recognize the voice?
You have met this person. Give me a... God, I've seen knowledge history used in this way. I'm not sure if I want to use that or just simply have you do a wisdom save. Or excuse me, a wisdom
I feel
check.
like wisdom would be better, but...
Hmm?
I would prefer to do wisdom.
Yep.
But,
I'd prefer to do history,
well, you can...
but I'll do like a will save.
Alright. Got me a 6.
No.
Is it a wisdom? Is it just straight wisdom check?
Yep, just a regular wisdom check.
God damn it!
Daxius remembers it. That is the cop who showed you through the prison. Captain Junger. You get back the length of the hallway, and the door is already open. It's not like 100% open, but it's open enough that you see Ash standing on the other side of the room, kind of seeming to be working on something. And every so often he'll look over his shoulders and like say something here and there. And from what you're able to gather, it seems to be they're discussing how to handle a situation that has been going on, and he just seems to be more of the opinion of it can be handled. There's no real problem here. Just the deal stands.
As an immediate note, they both have to make a save for my detect thoughts.
Okay. Okay.
Daxius, question.
Answer.
Would Daxius be happy if he was almost completely omitted from the story?
Yes.
Okay. He's just going to be mysteriously absent from the story.
You can put like a stage name if you want, but otherwise, yeah, he doesn't. We prefer that.
Gurugamesh would probably suggest you use the stage name Inara.
What is the save for?
16. Will.
Okay. You don't hear thoughts from either of them.
Yet. Damn it.
I nudged Daxius and I pull something out of my pocket. It's the grenade.
I give you like a knowing nod. I will just briefly cast message to Gurugamesh and just say like I have one too. The safe word to use it
Bananas.
is bananas.
Wow, I didn't know
Let's see
grenades
what-
had
For the
safe
people
words.
watching.
That's-
Because as somebody that they interact with, they have come into possession of 2 Mills bombs. Which I should not have given them.
Just imagining World War II soldiers running out of a trench shouting "Orangutan, orangutan!"
Oh, anywho.
I can just imagine Oliver coming back to like the real world with like a magical sword or something like that, and just went into like World War I or whatever war he's from.
Comes back at the wrong time and suddenly he's Arthur.
Yeah.
So, you are able to send that just as you kind of get to the doorway. And Ash's like eyes kind of go over his shoulder, and they definitely do like kind of go across the open doorway. And he
Wait a
like
minute.
turns away and says, "I think your services are no longer needed, Captain. Have a nice day." And she kind of says,
Never mind.
"What do you? Oh, fine. As long as we keep to the agreement and everybody is kept abreast of anything that happens, I don't care how everything is evened as long as it is. Keep yourself and everyone else out of trouble, Ash." And she kind of turns, looks to the both of you and says, "This is the second incident involving the two of you, and I'm assuming the others among your group, that I've dealt with this week."
I'm not sure which incident you're talking about.
"Yes, you do." And she just pushes past you.
You're gonna need to make a strength check.
If you really want to do that, okay.
I'm just being a dick.
Group met.
It would technically be a CMB against his CMD.
Oh, yeah.
But you are a barbarian, so you're not flat-footed, I think.
I'm just gonna put a hand on Gruma's shoulder and just say, "Let them pass."
I can see
You
that
barely started
Jack's
shit.
approach.
Okay. She doesn't necessarily like try to shoulder check you, but she's going between you as the two of you standing shoulder to shoulder do occupy the lion's share of the hallway.
Yeah. Doesn't stop Grugamesh from getting upset and whispering pig underneath his breath. But
It'll be
Yeah,
time
too
for
bad
that
that insult
later.
doesn't really hold as much weight here, I guess. Well, maybe it does. She vanishes out of sight. Downstairs, Fernix, you and Vic, obviously the man who's standing behind the counter has been at least somewhat chatting with you. It's obviously to be pleasant, but not necessarily to be overly engaging. It's only been about maybe a minute or two since they walked out when you see Captain Younger come through the door. And she just looks to the two of you and says, 3, 4. Where is the 5th?
Oh. I
Busy,
thought we had
it
someone
seems.
with us.
Probably for
He's-
the best.
Penning the next great novel.
I'll take your word for it. Keep them out of trouble. Because there are worse places they can end up than my prison.
This is true.
And she just, like, keeps moving. Like, after that, she just kind of wipes herself off, steps through the partition in the counter, and passes you guys by, going for the front door. Upstairs, Daxius and Garugamesh, after she is gone and just passes out of sight down the stairs, Ash stands up tall, like puts down whatever it was he was working on, turns around and says, "Come in and shut the door."
I do as instructed.
He looks between the two of you. His face is, like I said, always been pretty difficult to read. He always seems like the kind of... He doesn't have resting asshole face. He sort of has resting big brother face in a way. Just sort of like looking between the two of you, studying you, wiping his hands off of something greasy. You see that he's working on some sort of mechanism behind him. Looks like sort of like a bird-like creature made entirely out of metal.
I don't know why my brain thought you were gonna say burger.
I thought that too.
Borgor.
Oh, burger.
Yeah, he looks like a burger.
Yeah, his middle name is McDonald's.
Many questions being raised. He puts down the rag and says, "Why did either of you think it was a good idea to operate here?"
Money.
He looks to you, Daxius, as if expecting either the same or a different answer from you.
There are some asshole employers out there. Did a little research, he happened to be one of them. I didn't know he was one of under your protection, I assume.
Grossman is a prick. However, he is a prick who pays, and keeps to his word when he is bound to it by written. He, like, stands forward a little bit, puts his hands, like, down flat onto the counter and says, "The money to him has already been repaid. I have already informed Captain Junger that there is no need to be looking for anybody who committed this crime, as it has been handled under the terms of the agreement that I and the Freehold have in place."
Well, thanks for keeping us out of prison.
This, however, does not come for free.
I assumed as much.
Surely not.
Big. He looks like he's about to say something, but he bites his tongue.
The job that you at least pulled was rather competent, compared to a lot of the men that I have in my employ or have contracted out to in the past. I don't do a lot of house jobs. I don't really do any of those kinds of work anymore. Most of my business has been relegated to smuggling and keeping the peace. But the way that you will be repaying me for this little fuck-up, it will be rather simple. I have word that somebody is coming into town in the next few days. Somebody of great importance to the right people. I know for certain that they will be staying at the trophy room. I know for certain that once the day comes, I will know what room they're staying within and their schedule. I know for certain that one of these nights, most likely the second after they have arrived, they will be being entertained at the Freehold that evening. He stands back, pulls open one of the drawers, and lifts out a book. Rather simple looking, blue binding. Pages seem to be rather new. He places it down onto the counter and pushes it towards you. It does have the unique feature that it is locked closed. Sort of like a journal or a diary. Most likely the lock isn't very, complex, but it is at least locked. He then reaches back into the desk drawer and pulls out a small sheet of paper. Those of you with any magical expertise will know that they are arcane words and symbols. He then places it upon the book's face and puts his hands back onto the desktop. You will need to enter her room. She will have a book that looks similar to this one. You will find that book, place it on a flat surface, place this one next to it, and read the enchantment aloud. That enchantment will copy that book into this one, line per line, word per word, verbatim. It will take about an hour to complete. And once it does, you are to put her copy back. Exit the building and deliver it to me unopened. There is no danger. No violence should be necessary, and in fact should be banished from your minds.
Is that book you have right there an exact replica of the book we should find?
It's likely an empty version of it, I assume.
It is.
What's the importance of having an exact replica?
The person that I know to be coming here is a high-ranking Balur society member. It is
That's a
always
compliment.
good to know what these kinds of people know.
You do realize what you're asking of us, correct?
Yes.
Not sure I like this job.
I don't think he gave us much of a choice, Gilgamesh.
No, but we'll eventually leave this room.
And I imagine there'll be eyes watching us to make sure that we do the job properly.
Yes. What if we fuck up the job, per se? That could be more eyes on Seek for Dash.
No, not necessarily.
I just don't like doing work in conflict with a society.
The work that you will be doing should not harm this person whatsoever.
Should not.
Not directly. I understand.
You are taking nothing from them, and from what I understand, what is contained in there is primarily correspondence. Vic has died. He shall return them.
Internet go burr.
Internet do go burr.
I don't know.
I am just rather suspicious that we are being asked to do this job when there are surely other targets that you need dirt on.
Who
If anything, I was
said
expecting something worse.
This was dirt.
I did not hear what you said.
Who said that this was dirt?
Not necessarily dirt, information. It seems all too easy for us to be caught and kicked out of the society when there's other targets we could be helping you with this. Seems as though we've been given purposefully the riskiest target possible, which is more incentive not to mess it up.
Now you understand. The applicable
do it.
people in the freehold are already aware of who committed that job. It is my agreement with them that any criminal enterprises which take place inside or just outside of these walls is to be screened. The freehold is well aware that crime will happen. It is just that they prefer my brand of crime over the reckless murderers, pointless mobsters, and feckless assholes who would otherwise operate in my place.
And what brand of crime do you peddle?
The clean kind. Usually.
I'm afraid your reputation doesn't precede you.
Good. The more people believe that I am a raving maniac, the less they are likely to fuck with me. And he leans forward to stretch his arms out and says, "Do not misunderstand me. I am still at heart a barroom brawler."
Mm-hmm.
He stands back up so his arms relax. However,
there's no need for threats. We understand our position here.
I am already aware of your little companions. You wish them to help you, you are allowed to make them privy to this information. However, it is best you have some operational security.
We won't tell, but I do have a condition I'd like to put in place.
Please.
I'm after a magical item. If you can provide it, I'll pay for it.
Sorry, say again? I didn't pick that up.
I have a magical item I'm after. If I can have it on completion of the job of course I'll pay for it. I just need you to source it.
So what you're asking for is you want him to source you materials?
No, I'm just trying to buy a magical item, but it's an aspect mask, so it'll probably need some tracking down.
I'm able to find things. That's generally speaking the jobs that I now operate under. The cost will be not necessarily elevated, but I will have to pay for the right people to hunt it down. And then transportation charges from wherever the hell it was found in.
We'll talk numbers later.
I'm going to walk forward and pick up the book and the enchanted piece of paper.
Very good. And please remember, no unnecessary violence. This is to be a quiet job. If there
I
are
can do
any
quiet.
wrinkles which come forward before the time frame is set to begin, I will have one of my associates warn you. I'm not throwing people under the bus. That is not how this works.
Well, I think we've heard everything we need to hear. Daxius?
I've worked for people like you for a very long time, and I will say, I was pleasantly surprised today. You are by far the most civil man I've had to work for.
Ben had nothing but good things to say about you, and it appears his assessment was correct.
A little bit of politesse costs me nothing. Generally speaking, men of my stature who reach the age that I am and the level of success that I have either end up one of two ways. They either learn a lot of the lessons that I have and adapt to the environment in which they operate, or they die.
I don't imagine you plan on that happening anytime soon.
No. And something tells me that when that does happen, and it will happen eventually, they will have to find somebody else as agreeable as I am to fill the void that I once stood in.
Quick question. Do you have Are there other warlords like you in other cities that manage the peddling crimes?
I can answer that, yes, absolutely.
Certainly. I don't deal with all of them, but I have contacts with those who can provide me the items and resources I need for my own operations.
Good to know.
I go to turn to leave for a second, but stop myself, turning halfway back to him. I will admit, I did fall for the madman persona you had going. Quite impressive there. Although, I can't say that I particularly... I guess I'm just happy, or at least the happiest I can be in this current circumstance, that you're not like others I've worked for, and for that I'm grateful.
Let me make this clear. Once this job is done, I don't want to see any of you again.
Oh,
It's a one-time
the feeling's
deal,
mutual.
and that is it.
Hmm.
No offense
would-
intended. It is simply
No.
a matter of security.
No, none taken. I'm just more used to people wanting the indentured servitude for the rest of their lives for a tiny slight. This is much better than I expected, so we'll do this job, and we'll go our separate ways.
I did hear a particular rumor. Just around the bar, the Lion and Lady, they were saying you couldn't beat me in an arm wrestling match. Do you think that's true?
I'll leave this one to Gilgamesh, and I'm just going to go for the door.
He kind of looks to you and says, "How old are you?"
72?
He kind of looks to the side of the room and thinks, "Young for a dwarf." And he just turns away to return to his contraption.
Wow, didn't take the bait. And here I thought Garumesh was the masturbator. But
Teed it up, fuck it, there it is.
I think he still is, but that's
Oh no,
not
he
related.
still fucking is.
All right. Well, with
Yeah.
Siegfried having turned his back, Guru Gamesh is going to leave as well.
All right. You hear the room fill with the sounds of moving metal items and tools being twisted, and as you pass down to the first floor, it vanishes into the background, receding away. And you find your party waiting for you out in the sales floor. Just as you
Real
left them.
quickly, Guru Gamesh makes a list of the items he's wanting to get, and he's going to give it to the attendant to give it to Ash to quote.
Okay.
And what that really means is I'm just going to post something in your channel.
We generally try to keep shopping out of the streams, but it doesn't always work.
Yeah, somebody asked about automatic bonus progression.
Yeah,
Kinda. Yeah.
in hindsight, I probably should have went with it because, man, I have
You missed
played. I played World of Darkness only for like 9 months, and goddamn, do I love not giving a flying fuck about what gear exists. Except, like Geru claves or something that you make yourself. That's always much better overall. Coming back to Pathfinder makes me, oh god, how much money do I have to make sure my players have? And then
I
they
mean,
manage to
there's-
spend it
yeah.
all. Every
That's right.
fucking copper.
Yeah, we have to.
Yeah, no, you really do.
So, did
Yeah.
your meeting go as planned?
If
I'm
I'm
afraid
being
we
honest, it went much better than I expected it to.
It
Only
went
thing,
I was expecting it to. We have some work for it. We have some work to do, but
I was really hoping to get to see what a celestial grizzly bear looks like today. Oh well.
So
maybe
was
later.
I.
I mean, suppose we could just go out and test it out back outside the city gates if we like.
Oh well, nothing like seeing the action in progress. Anyway, yes.
Oh.
Well, let us know when you're done here, I suppose.
Oh, I'm done. I want to get the hell out of here as soon as possible.
Oh, before you go, we've taken the liberty to cure Miss Natari's diseases.
Oh,
Should we return
Well,
home
you-
unharmed?
all of them?
That is.
it's quite hospitable of you.
That was
The
really
ones-
funny.
Exactly,
Actually, that is a good
priesthood.
point. Was it all of them?
The ones that were applicable to the priesthood.
Damn. Alright.
I don't think everything can be cured.
Wait, who was saying this?
The man standing behind the counter.
Oh. So I think out of character, I think the implication is that she was kidnapped over the last few hours.
Yeah.
If no one else got that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it wouldn't have been the first time she's been kidnapped.
Wasn't sure if I was.
She took a pass at many of the individuals in our employ.
Yeah, she developed Stockholm Syndrome very quickly.
I don't know exactly what that means, but I think it was rather from the beginning. She has proclivity for very large men, doesn't she?
I wish Lugo would develop
That
Stockholm
she
Syndrome.
does. She is, I tend not to ask questions about that.
Best not to.
Yeah.
It's an odd choice.
Well, I believe we
Oh.
have some business to discuss with the group as well as the missing member of the party.
Yes.
Well,
Very good. Have a nice day. If you need anything, we shall be here.
yep. And I just awkwardly walk out the door.
Yeah, he just, like a fucking weirdo.
Lurch just has his eyes wide. And as soon as he gets outside, he's like, are you sure you don't want me to summon the grizzly bear as the old man evil?
As entertaining as that would be, he has contacts with the guard that would immediately arrest us.
Oh,
Was that?
that would be annoying.
Indeed.
Captain Younger.
Yep. Well, she walked past us on the way out. Figured that was what was happening.
He wasn't very nice to us.
No, she wasn't, but I'm kind of used to that.
Well, I'm not.
Well, you better get used to it. I will say,
So Sven is waiting on us.
yeah,
Well,
let's go
no,
collect him.
He's doing something. He's not waiting for you guys.
Barry is waiting on us.
I come around the corner of wherever Sven is and I plunge the ketchup of the last however long that was into his head
Yeah, but now you know everything.
before he can do anything about it.
Sven
As we're
stopped in the rain for 3 days.
walking out, is the flyer still there on the ground nearby?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I'm gonna
I
roll.
want to.
Notice that.
Well, I'm gonna pick it up, so you could see me pick it up.
Hey, did you get the flyers?
Yes, I did. They came out exactly how you dictated them.
You haven't burned them yet?
No, they're in the bag of holding. We can deal with them as we need it. But
Would you
I wonder if that talkative man was still outside. The guy who yelled out at us earlier, is he still like walking around the crowd?
I don't think you ever got a look at who yelled out.
I
It
don't
was
know.
just a voice in the crowd.
I was gonna give him a flyer for his trouble, but if we don't know who it is.
You give some random person a flyer, just some guy who looks at it and says, "Fuck, who's this?"
Just kind of tap him on the shoulder and keep walking.
His silence doesn't say anything.
I don't like you theater types.
Oh.
You know. Looking okay. And just turns away and walks up the street.
Oh my god.
To your credit, he doesn't throw it on the floor.
You must have liked the artwork.
Vic is a good salesman only for the fact that people are too scared to put down what he gives them.
Would you like to buy some life insurance?
You're gonna fucking need it right now.
It's just a contract, and he just hands him a pen.
It just says, "I will not kill you."
Suppose getting our name out is important.
Yes, I'll organize putting up the flyers.
Please don't. Please, if you do, make a
please
revision
do.
or...
Please do. Please do. Please give me that.
As Joel, please do. It'd be funny as fuck. As Daxius, if you put up those fucking flyers, I will go out of my way to rip down every single one in the city.
Why? It's not like it has your home address on. Oh, wait.
It does!
No.
Well, at least it doesn't have your social security. At least it doesn't have your parents' names and home address.
Alright, I'm gonna roll sleight of hand to see if I can take them out of the bag of holding.
I mean, okay.
It's gonna be a pretty high DC.
I don't think I'm gonna fail that, but
Probably
I'll
not.
roll just in
You
case.
get a 1, right? You get a plus 15 to perception? 8.
Holy shit.
Whoa!
I get it.
Holy fuck.
If I get a 1,
Wait,
it's in the bag of holding. He wasn't gonna stop you from taking it. He just wasn't gonna willingly give them to you.
Alright, well, I have my flyers now. And
I'm
I'm
gonna
gonna
say
run.
you're able to get a handful of them because getting 50 flyers out.
I'd assumed they were like tied up, string or something.
Yeah, I
But
guess
here,
so.
I'll give you. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I'll give you the item.
Alright, thank you.
Should be in your inventory now.
All right.
Well, let's go get Sven. Any idea where he is?
He
Back at the
told
society,
you.
I suppose.
He told
Yeah.
you.
Working
yeah.
on his.
Well, let's go where he told us to go.
He's working on his novel at the society still.
Stack of poorly made flyers?
Wonderful.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to see the name.
Gilgamesh is actually going to break off to find the Daxians at the Dax house to help them put up the flyers.
I will say, actually, you guys might not actually want. Like, Sven probably would have told you guys not to bother him for the rest of the day because, like, they're casting a like. He's currently like with somebody who cast a spell to write down everything that he says into a book, so he can't really talk to you guys.
Well, sorry, because I thought we were going into a dungeon today. So
No one said we
shit.
were.
Yeah,
No, we're not.
that was actually the session, the entire last session.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've
So, tough
But
shit, I hope we didn't pay him too much, because
being back in
you're
time
coming
for
away.
But Sven told you this yesterday.
no, we've
And you
had this
person-
conversation. We've had this
one
conversation
person,
multiple times
drag him
this
out.
session.
Yeah.
We're not doing it today this session. We've talked about that like 6 times this session. We're not doing it
I
today.
understand, because also you haven't gotten to do like anything, which is why I was like, okay, shut up, get back to the other party. Okay, shut up, get back to the other party.
You're only
Okay,
asked
don't shut
to get a few thousand
Right
words,
there.
so it's not like they're looking for like a fucking Stephen King novel.
Problem is, I'm giving them one.
I keep
No,
giving
but,
you off
like-
ramps, and you keep cruising right past them.
Like, it's like he doesn't want to be part of the party anymore. Sven's just going to go do his own thing.
Yeah.
No, I'm sorry, but Sven did tell you guys that he had this arrangement today.
Well,
You guys can still
For
do
how
it
long?
without the day. Like I was
Then-
told that this would take like 8 hours.
Are you cool with receiving no treasure that we find?
Yeah, that's fine.
Honestly, Barry
You
is a
shouldn't
player.
be.
It's gonna be like 10 sessions we're down there probably. So,
Yeah,
wait, we're not going down there without a party
I'm
member.
trying to get them to get you back in the party, and you're
Wait.
like, no, that's okay. I'd rather just not play the game. What?
no,
Fuck
we're
off.
not going down
All
there.
right. This is what happened.
We're not doing the vampires today though.
No,
I
probably not.
I say enough of the spell that Jack shows up, and bottom line just looks at all of you and is like, if you don't get a fucking move on, I'm gonna cut your balls off and feed them to you.
What? But we're not
And
doing.
British just shrugs and he's like, I didn't say it. He's been hankering to fight ever since the first summoning, and well, he hasn't done anything.
So I don't think, like, if you guys go down into the sub-layer, that isn't super long. So theoretically, the rest of the party could do it, and it wouldn't be a huge thing, but, like, I mean, if you really don't want to, I'm not gonna, like, force you in anything.
Well, let's look at the schedule. I don't think we should without Sven, but I think the next best time to do it, if not today, would probably be either the 9th, which is the tar barrel carry at 10 p.m. Tomorrow is the arena competition, which I don't really want to miss. Or we could spring for the 10th, which is just the fireworks show. It's not like we have to do it today.
I don't know. My understanding of the situation is that we were taking a day or 2 off because somebody wanted to do the dance competition and we wanted to do some other stuff.
I don't know
And
what
we're going to go
Furnace
back in the next day or 2.
is going to do for the rest of the day then, considering that
You
the
guys could go for the
discussion
book.
was let's go and do this. So okay, I prepare spells for other stuff. No,
I don't
that's
think
okay.
we-
We're not going to do it. All right, I guess I'll just pick up like a new hobby like heroin or something.
I don't
to
remember
pass the
ever
time.
saying that we were gonna.
You have the
Do the
books in the
vampires
library
today.
still, and that's
I-
still accessible
yeah,
even
I
to
do
just one of
remember
you.
hearing that we were going
Sure.
to do it today because I brought up the point of the dance competition. You're like, oh well, that's at night. We'll be back in time for that. So I was under the impression that we were going down today, but
So
I don't
that time
think-
that I was like, so we might just have to go and fight the vampire like tomorrow. That just flew over everyone's head.
Okay.
Sven,
Because
how
we
important
could go down there and the
is it?
vampire could be like, hi.
Like,
Hey, let's
Sven,
regroup
Sven,
back here.
could you push this book until tomorrow?
I mean, I don't see why not. I'm just like, I also spent like 500 gold and had a huge interaction to like try and get information from Ash and like build a relationship there to like see, like get more information and stuff. Like, we also
not gonna
don't have the
bash.
tools. Like,
Like I said, you guys still have the library books, which even just one of you could get to, no problem. And for Sven, the mayor never really gave you a deadline. He just said, "Hey, I just want it done."
yeah, I don't know.
There's also the temple, which to my
Yeah.
knowledge, doesn't have any vampires in it.
The other thing that we were going to go into, which is why I was like, okay,
Yeah, I'm
I'll
cool
prepare
doing the
spells
temple.
assuming this.
I just
Instead
don't.
of just
I designed this
10
so long
cure
ago.
disease.
Yeah, I thought we were trying to cure the diseases so we could go do the temple.
They
today.
they already are
They're
cured.
now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Even Atari, because the gangsters
Y'all-
did it for free.
Y'all, I don't know if you're done with that fat, but it's been a minute. It's got to be stringy by now.
All right. Well, we should probably make a decision on this.
I haven't even sat down and finished the arrow because the conversation got sidetracked from my question of, well, what does less than a tenth of the amount of time take as far as your ruling goes?
All right, we need to
Oh
stay
yeah,
on.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, honestly, you
oh,
probably
so
could
we
have done that
still-
over breakfast.
Okay. I drip the poisonous substance down onto the arrowhead on the other side of my plate of like eggs and sausage and stuff.
Yeah, that sounds about reckless for you. So yeah, no, this totally won't get on my food.
Got, like salt, pepper, poison vial. You almost reach for the wrong one to pour on your eggs.
You almost got me that time.
Mm.
All right, I think everyone's pretty flexible on what we're going
Well-
to do. Like, but I know we should probably Barry.
Because
what
I
would
have to make a roll for it. So I don't know.
Barry, how would you like to see the day progress? Because I know you've got commitments. Wanting to see the Siegfried Ash play out, see what intel we get from him, and you're doing your book thing.
I think it would be like you guys. I did a lot this session. If you guys want to go do the temple without me, I'm happy with all the screen time.
That sounds
I've
like a
gotten.
bad idea.
Yeah, we don't
Yeah.
want to do it without you.
I don't.
No.
In fact, can you go instead of me, and I'll just heal you guys when you get out, and you can give me your
Or-
share of the treasure?
We're talking about the temple we already cleared, right?
No.
No.
There's that whole temple down below it that we haven't gone into. There's technically probably more shit in there that we might not have gone into.
Oh.
And I was just preparing the death arrow just because I'm like, hey, in case the vampire shows up and is like, how you doing? I'm gonna be like, pretty good. Hey, Sven, can you hit her with the, the thing?
Well,
And then you unleash 50 points of damage on her ass, and we see how that goes. We might actually be able to live then.
Sorry, Barry. What were you saying? We could do the library books today, in the gauntlet.
I feel like we should do the catacombs the day after because we still have more shopping we need to do for tools and.
All right. Today's a rest day then. Is that what we're agreeing on?
I thought this was supposed to be a rest day.
I'll go and do it by myself because I have summons, so I can just have them scouted, I guess.
All right, Fernix.
If y'all want to burn a whole day,
I don't.
considering
really
what was it? We were worried that they might have figured out that since we got into the gauntlet that we knew of the way into the vampire's secret. Yeah, know that. Okay. I mean, I thought that seemed like we were like, oh, they might be trying to get us, and we'll get the leg up on. No.
Look, I'm gonna be honest. I don't care
Just
which one we do. I just rather we do something. So
we need to stop talking about it.
Oh, sure, yeah.
I mean,
now that I'm
we do
discussing
happen-
something, we can stop talking about it.
you've been
I'll-
discussing.
No, we
it
do-
the
we do
entire
happen
time.
to
I'll
get
just
into
I'll
that.
just go towards the gauntlet then.
You've been
That's fine.
discussing it the entire time. We're not stopping it because you're suddenly talking about it.
The entire time after the hour and a half long meeting, where I said nothing. I'm just saying, we were like, okay, here's one thing, and then we had 5 different things, and I'm like, yeah, but I could have like had shit that my character does today if I'd known we were resting, but we confirmed that we were absolutely not doing that.
I don't remember.
And then I was going
confirming that.
to double hook making a magic item the previous day, finishing it up today, and then us going down there, figuring out what the fuck we want to do after that.
Confirm or decide anything.
He's dead.
We,
He's dead, Jim.
Yeah.
is that me again?
Yeah.
Yes.
oh,
Yeah.
you're good now.
Yeah, we didn't confirm or decide anything. We talked about doing 35 different
Yeah,
things and then just I don't know why I bothered talking.
And then people did things with their characters that are now mutually exclusive to everything else.
Yeah.
Which is not really playing with the rest of the party, just saying. I'm
wanna
more
do
than
that?
willing to be
We
like,
just wanna
hey,
go in the
can I
gauntlet.
reprep
How
my
about-
spells for the day, assuming that we're not going down there?
All right, let's
But-
You were told Sven told
Just
you
vote.
this yesterday that he had this today. Like I'm cool with changing my mind and us pushing it to another day, but like you were told about this.
Okay,
All
so
right.
And you
okay,
said it would take like a couple hours.
let's just. I mean, honestly, like once you guys are done out of the actual gauntlet, the scribes will still be there. You'll have basically the rest of the evening, especially because you're not participating in the dance competition.
I think Daxius wanted to do it though.
I wanted
Daxius
to,
did.
but I'm
Yeah,
fine
in
to
the
miss
evening.
The reason I remember we were going to do the temple or the catacombs today was because
It's
I
not
suggested
long.
we want to do the
Like in game, it's
dance
not long.
competition, but then we said that we would do the catacombs in the morning and be back in time for the dance competition.
Well, the book
Oh
is
boy, something
the
linked
book
to my
won't write
character.
it.
No, I won't
so-
help you. Okay, cool. Then thanks for that. Appreciate
book-
it.
I mean,
Why are you angry?
But because I'm like, I'd spent like 30 minutes putting together my spell list, assuming one thing, and then it's like, nah, let's just not. Okay. It's not like I could have
You
like
put it together
summoned the-
without confirming with us.
what?
I'm sorry, but
without confirming it, because it was like, okay, we'll talk about it for like
clearly
an hour
not.
the previous session.
The rest of us aren't agreeing with you that that's what
All right, we need
decided
to
on.
make a choice.
Yeah,
We've
let-
talked about this long enough. Are we going into the gauntlet? Yay or nay?
Sure,
I think
we
we're going
can.
in.
And that's 1,000 down the
Damn it,
drain.
John. God damn it, John.
Well, what's
Keep
yeah.
in mind how we're appearing on screen.
So, yeah, I will say that like the part of the catacombs isn't super long. So like as an in-game, it isn't super long. You'll be able to get through that in like pretty quickly. The gauntlet was the lead-in to that.
Okay, so let's do that.
Sure.
Should I grab Natari too? Do we want her?
Might as
You know
well.
where she is.
Yeah,
Mm,
Oh, that's a good point. We should make sure Natari's not disease-free and dead.
yeah, I'll go check the Dax house real quick. I can be fast. I'll meet you guys at the entrance.
Oh, wait, Daxius, if you're going to the Dax house, can you ask your Daxians to put up these flyers for me?
No.
Please?
Actually, yes, I will.
I can't have you destroy them. You have to pinky promise me.
I
Yeah,
pinky promise.
Man,
Okay.
I really... Don't you dare destroy these. I gotta roll perception. though.
Sense motive.
Yeah,
Oh,
here's
Oh,
here's my real thing. Like,
shit, even if I get a 20 on the sense motive check, I will not be able to outpace Daxius's bluff. Yeah.
Hey,
All
we
right,
did
I
that
guess
20.
Roll for the net 20.
roll for the nat 20.
Where's your fucking
All right.
bullet? Okay.
Nope. Damn it.
All right,
Promise.
I'll give you the stack of flyers.
All right, thanks. I will tell them to put these up.
I regret saying anything.
Axius turns around and he's still got his fingers crossed behind his back.
Yeah. Daxis is gonna go run to the Dax house real quick, see if Natari's there.
Daxius, for every flyer that goes missing, I will slay one of your Daxians.
Sure. Good. I'll have fun getting charged for murder.
Do you think anybody's going to report that?
Yeah.
I will out of spite. Yeah, I'll run to the Dax house. Is Natari there?
Yeah. So, you managed to get back maybe about not long after she gets back, and like you come into the house and she's on the first floor in the main room, like.
You look high.
The fuck did we do?
got on a lot of people's shit list really quickly, and he happened to be one of them.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm gonna go lie down now.
Hey, no you're not. Do you want to come with us into the gauntlet again to go further in? There's more loot.
Okay. Just let me just stand over here and.
Wait, I can get you a mug of ale from the Vardo if it'll help jumpstart you.
No, I think it was more along the lines of. Alright, I think I'm cool. I think I'm cool.
Wonderful. And then I'm gonna quickly spin around and look for my followers, which I assume are.
They're strewn around. If not on the first floor, then on the second or third.
Here's off floor.
Cool. Hey guys. I want you to separate these equally, and then stash them where no one can find them. Then I hand them the flyers.
A lot of them look to them like. Why? Wait.
I said I wouldn't burn them for Grugamesh, but I didn't say I wouldn't put them where he couldn't find them.
Why?
And he.
Why does this have the house's address on it?
Yeah, I know. It's fucked. If you feel like burning them, go ahead and burn them. I don't care. But might be a good
warning. You have to give them the warning.
the what?
Oof, he doesn't remember.
I don't.
Rest in peace, Daxians.
Who drew these?
Grugamesh did.
Oh, okay, so you didn't pay anybody for it. Good.
Yeah, no. But if he does happen to find these, it'll suck. But if anything, it'll be earned on his part.
Okay.
If you want to look at this a weird way, it's like think of it like a weird test for him. Whatever. Just make sure I don't want to know where they are. Just put them where they can't be found. And
You turn around, just this princess screams, "The scavenger hunt!"
I turn around and go to leave, stop, and then I turn back around. Oh, before I forget, and I'm gonna toss them all 100 gold. That's your payment for the month.
Oh, very
Yeah,
generous.
no. They go right for that.
It's
In
just
fact, some of them just like toss the fucking papers in order to get it.
you're throwing a bag of money at a bunch of homeless people in a crack house,
Yes.
completely empty.
I gave him 100 gold. That's no small amount, alright?
These people are insane for following you anywhere.
Yes, they are.
They've been living here for like 4 days with no furniture.
We'll get furniture
Everyone-
soon, I promise. As
Every
soon as
once
we
in a
get this
while, you
full
toss them a
paycheck.
little bit of drug money so that they can stay in the house and not go anywhere else. Yeah, just
not like
send
they
them
have
down to
anywhere
the
better to
doctors for
go.
some spare needles and some bandages.
I am kind of hoping Princess decides the best place to hide these are on all of the utility poles around town.
Oh my god, they might.
Yeah, no, they would. And they'd be like, "What are utility poles?"
Just one of the piles is just in Garugmesh's bed.
Bed?
It'll be between his mattress.
What mattress? There's no furniture.
Yeah, they find a mattress specifically for shoving flyers into, and then don't even use it.
They just buy a
There's no furniture in the house.
What's this
They buy a
mattress doing in the
mattress-
middle of the living room?
Yeah, it's all 50 flyers stuffed under there.
The single piece of furniture in the house. Yeah, no, that tracks.
As
One
we
mattress.
leave, I am going to turn to Tari, and I will say we do need to get some furniture in there.
Yeah. Yeah, it sucks sleeping on the fucking floor.
You've slept in worse conditions, but I would like to actually make it a nice place for everyone.
It's like saying to someone they should be grateful for sleeping on the floor.
No, fair
Yeah,
enough.
But like,
Yep.
you're moving around then. You actually own a house now.
Yeah, well, Yeah, I just haven't had enough spare money to throw at furniture. We will when Gilgamesh sells the gems, though.
Yep.
Okay, sure. Sure. What do I have to do now?
Just probably kill some things, sneak around, carry some loot,
Okay.
pick some locks.
You know,
Mostly picking locks.
You know the fucking shit that they used to like make me go sleep? 'Cause that was some good shit.
Heroin.
If it was me from half a year ago, I would love to know too. But right now, I need you to be somewhat sober.
Yeah, we'll see.
Oh god, this might be a massive mistake. Let's go.
Never know what's going to happen in the half-mile walk to the gauntlet.
Okay.
It'll be good once she shows up. Because I'm just gonna tell her to leave. If she looks like shit, I'm gonna be like, no. Especially not after last time.
She always looks like shit.
The only... I figured it out, and I was like, the only reason that we got hit as hard as we did on the healing stuff was Natari.
Like, I think all of her loot got spent directly on wand of healing charges and a bunch of different potions.
She soaked up like so much of it. Once I was like, wait a minute, we were like here, and then we healed up, and I was like, oh, she just like damage sponged the whole situation.
Oh yeah, no, she's pretty good at that. She
Yeah,
likes.
but I like metal cleaning implement. I like the steel wool method, where the steel wool is still intact mostly.
Well, I would like to keep her intact.
Yes.
Just put it in the microwave, some of the smell goes away.
Yeah.
Which is why when Phoenix sees her, he smiles and nods and goes, no, you're not coming in with us.
Really good.
Enjoy the day off.
Natari, how many fingers am I holding up?
2.
Oh my god. Okay, well
took too
they're
long.
sober enough.
It's not.
I'm not drunk. I'm just fucking tired from the shit they used to make me go to sleep.
Yeah, she
Why is
looks
it
like
you
she's
guys
on
do
drugs.
shit and I got kidnapped?
It's
You're
a
not
question
sick
for
anymore.
someone else.
Okay. Okay.
You really should just go home.
Yeah, I didn't realize you'd be this fucked. So yeah, go home.
All right. Yeah.
And I'll take out another 50 gold. Consider this a bonus for the damages.
She just takes it and goes, thanks. I'm gonna go sleep now.
So somebody picks up Sven on the way there, I guess.
And the reason out of game is that Gray was like, gee, there sure is this thing that I set up, and I'm like, okay. And then everyone else is like, no, apparently. And I'm like, alright.
Like,
I don't want the
we're-
ancestral meat hook. I guess all 4 of you want it from me, and I'm more than willing to pull.
All right, so we're heading in.
Yeah, we have dungeon. We must loot. Or at least see what the fuck it is.
Okay. So. Boy, I'm fucking tired. Going back through the gauntlet is rather easy. With the whole place cleared out, well, mostly cleared out, except for the one thing. You're not met with any amount of resistance. Even the door, which, generally speaking, was closed when you came, in the first time, is still open. Both doors propped open when you return to it. Heading inside, it is eerie and it's quiet. It is still threatening in a way, but without the knowledge that you have no fucking idea what lies just out of sight. It doesn't have nearly the same sense of foreboding. That said, the moisture which clings to the air and the stale, kind of fetid air that hangs in here is still unpleasant, to say the least. So walking through it feels longer than it actually is. You guys reach the passageway down into the floor below, and I'm assuming that the magic rope is what is used to,
Yeah.
Do you want climb checks from any of us?
Yeah, but I think the DC is like 5.
Oh yeah, it is, isn't it?
I will nod it to make it easier so everyone has like a +10.
We'll spend it.
Okay. Oh, that's why. I'll
I just do like a fireman
Nod.
down the
So
down
not
the
the
road.
rope.
Yeah.
carefully take my light shield out of my hand and
I didn't realize I was muted. I have a +4, so that's actually a 5, which barely passes.
Just fucking barely.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody makes it down the. I swear to God. Only 60
Sven
feet.
probably does one of those things where like the cat just falls, but then catches by like the end of the claw, so they're just like hanging there and like looking a little perplexed for a second, and then like, all right, I can just climb this.
I'm going to say, but I'm not going to move it from my inventory, that I am wearing the Ring of Feather Falling unless somebody else wants it.
You can have it.
Yeah, I think it'd be good for you.
It'll go back into party loot after this.
Just reload.
Ooh.
Sorry, Lan, you cut out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really am curious as to like what exactly about the internet situation is just like crapping itself constantly.
Yeah, I was like, I just like catching up there. So
Yeah, because you're on Wi-Fi. You don't think it's like the Wi-Fi?
It could be. It says I've got full connection. I'm on the 2-4 as well, so it's like it shouldn't be a problem of distance.
Give me a minute, I'll be right back.
Mhm.
Sorry.
I really don't know.
well,
It's possible I just haven't noticed it, but I feel like I haven't ran into the same issues. Though actually, when we were playing Darktide, it would have do something similar, where like every couple minutes like this, it would just like jitter for a while, and the connection would
it
be
could be
janky for a
over.
minute.
That could be over Wi-Fi. I hear Wi-Fi 5. It happens less, but I'm also like, yeah, it's if it's noise pollution, then I would assume that Wi-Fi 5 could also have that occur. It
Yeah,
just
I mean, I
depends
could.
on how many other signals there are of the same wavelengths.
There's nothing. I'm the only person in the house. I'm the only like person using any sort of devices.
Oh,
Sorry, I'm back.
So I mean, I've got my phone, but other than that, maybe a couple laptops that are just in sleep mode. But still,
Yeah.
like this is.
I'm like, I don't think so. Usually when they talk about congestion like that, it's like where I am, like in an apartment complex, and all the routers all messing with each other. So, yeah. Probably not then.
No, there's an Ethernet
Internet.
cable around here somewhere, but it might also be embedded in the wall.
Hmm.
So I would either have to rip it out of the wall or move my desk to.
He turned away, bright eyes.
Yeah,
do I
I
just-
accidentally disconnected.
Turn around.
Man, I was like, my sub is really having trouble with the
What?
mic. There it is.
You just,
What happens?
you just fucking turned around and the image froze. At like the perfect time.
I'll see if I can catch it on the stream.
Christ. Okay. Has everybody loaded into the screen?
Yep.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I give the rest of the party their Benadryl so that they get over their allergy to adventure.
All right.
Okay.
I give myself 2 Benadryl because I feel like I'm gonna need them.
I sip on the ancient cup of lean.
Mm.
Okay.
I was gonna ask where you found it, but I don't think I want to know.
I'm gonna pretend I understood any of that.
It was a magic item sold by Ash.
It was sold by CBS.
If we go down this right hallway, this is where I came up originally.
Just go on without me. I'm still loading.
Oh, you are?
Okay.
Oh.
So I can at least do some introduction. As you descend down to the bottom of the rope, thankfully no one fucking falls. Sven slips a little bit, but catches himself like a half second later, and there's that second of like, holy shit, my ass almost fell out of my bottom. You descend into what appears to be a naturally formed cavern. It has similar features to what you saw above, attached to the outer wall of the gauntlet. And now that you're standing down here, it definitely does feel a lot more humid down here. And even the most, perhaps, tinnitus-ridden among you are able to hear the rush of water coming through one of the passages. There are 2 hallways, one to each side of the cavern, branching off into something.
You said we should go.
I do
this
remember
way.
seeing the doors group mesh.
Sorry, what was that, Vic?
Just, where do you remember seeing the doors?
I believe they were on this path down to the right here. To the left path, I believe that is the hidden entrance into the Lutz Manor.
No, right. Well,
It might be
Those
worth
are good.
exploring the left side first, since I don't think we need to go down that way. We could see what's down there and then come back to the right side.
So, Daxius, as you head down the hall, or excuse me, the passageway, it narrows to the point where you're still able to move through, like, abreast, but it definitely gives you a bit of, like, claustrophobia for a second. The ground beneath your boots loosens and becomes wetter, and as you're about halfway through, you're able to see the moving water on the other side of the passageway into which you enter.
Alright. I stopped there because I hear motion about going left instead.
Yeah. Personally, I think we should check out the left side before coming back to the right.
I wiggle my way out of the claustrophobic space.
I'll leave it to you. You're probably quieter than the rest of us.
All right.
So,
And I'm
No.
I'm getting out a potion of protection from evil when I'm saying that.
I'm at
Now-
the... Sorry, what was it, Joel?
I was just gonna say I was gonna creep forward through the passageway.
wow. You could probably scare the shit out of Garugamesh.
I was actually going to roll perception to see what I noticed about this room ahead.
Okay.
Alright, got a nice 4 there.
You at least recognize it. It was hazy, you were stumbling around, it was kind of hurried and rushed, but you do remember that this is the room you exited out of once you stumbled through the rest of the building. You came from, you think, if you're facing southwards, your left, and you left to your right.
Alright, so the wardrobe is right around here.
Yes.
I'm gonna mark it.
Yeah, since you recognize it, you're able to see, you're at least able to figure out that this is where you managed to get out of this place. It is still pretty difficult. If it wasn't for the fact that you have a dwarven background, and you're at least maybe not a master, but versed in the ways of the construction of like stone, like actual mason work, you might not have noticed. The rest of the room, and this is also for Daxius and Sven, as you are close enough or within it, you're able to see that the room here it's simple in a way. It's simply built, but it's built in a way that despite its simplicity, it is still well carved. It was built in a way that was obviously meant to withstand the pressures and rigors of time without dedicating a lot of, I guess, frivolous decorations to it.
Are we just charging straight in?
I didn't run into any traps down here. It would surprise me if there were traps, but why don't you go up and check out this door ahead? There's another door on the left.
So, you travel down a little bit. The room that you entered in the second time looked familiar to you. The pile of rubble to your left is actually over which you were able to climb. It is a solid wall, unfortunately, with the drawing, but you were able to climb over that rubble into a longer hallway. Give me a wisdom check as well.
Yes, Gilgamesh?
You not only remember that you did step on a trigger plate, the only reason that you noticed it was just sheer paranoia and mixed with a little bit of terror. You know it was in the hallway on the other side of that rubble at the long end. You're not 100% certain where it was, but you have a connection to the door that led into it.
Maybe we do need to be worried about traps. I'm gonna go up to this door and point it out to Daxius and ask him to inspect it.
Yeah, can do that.
Vic wakes from his zombie slumber of lack of internet connection. So now I can assist with the perceptions as needed.
Vic, if you want to check out the other door.
Where is it?
Check this door for traps.
This side or?
The one on the right, just south.
Okay, I'm gonna keep an eye out for pressure plates as I'm moving forward as well.
Okay.
Do you want this to be for both this and the door, or the plates in the door, or one for
Just
each?
the area. You'll do one separate for the door.
Nice.
Daxius, you don't notice anything necessarily trapped about the door itself, but it is very obviously locked.
The door seems fine.
And the lock.
Now, are we going this way because we mentioned the right path? Do we know
Well-
which way this goes?
No, but we can still see what's behind the door.
Yes, can you peek through the keyhole
Or
underneath?
perhaps.
I attempt to peek through the keyhole or underneath the door.
Alright, give me a perception check. You're at least able to see through the keyhole. Inside you see a room that's probably about 30-ish feet deep. You see shelves of, like, probably books and other items like that lined against the wall. A lot of it, even from here, it is a bit difficult for you to tell. Do you have dark vision or just low light vision?
Low light.
Yeah, you're not able to tell out any kind of fine detail beyond that. Going down to, like, the bottom of the, like, doorway, you, like, look in and, like, the floor inside is raised up just enough that you can't really see anything.
It looks like a 30-foot by 30-foot library or something. It's a decently sized room. A lot of books. Is this where we want to go? What about the other way?
Yeah, I got the 19.
That was for the room, wasn't it? Yeah, you don't notice anything about, like, the area going in. Going up to the door, you can at least see that it was a similar make to the one that's in the other room. Give me a perception to, like, obviously look for any kind of traps. Okay.
Nice.
You don't notice anything trapped about the door. It is, once again, also locked. And with the magically glowing, I think it was your shield.
Lan, you're muted.
Yeah. That's me being stupid again. Not internet this time. Yeah, it's usually on the buckler, which is kind of on the bracer. So.
Okay. You're able to see inside, and it is similar to what Daxius said he saw in the other room. A 30-ish foot deep room, probably only about 15 feet wide, lined with shelves of books. But now, thankfully, because you have that, like, glowing under the doorway and, like, through the keyhole, you can see that the room, it's not in the greatest condition. There are definitely places where it has collapsed in, and a lot of the, like, actual parchments and books, probably because of the humidity, haven't survived nearly as well.
Does it look like the two rooms are connected, or are these two separate hallways?
No, they don't seem to be connected.
Dexius, are you able to try to get in past these locks?
Which one would we want to go down?
I don't think it matters that much.
They said we start with the left one.
Well, they say right is right, so let's go left.
What is right?
Right.
Oh. Thought you said
So-
something else.
Our left would be where Vic is. By the way, our left would be where Vic is. So that means we go over here, right?
No, you're actually kind of
over
right.
Your left.
Oh yeah, it's true. We're thinking of the overhead view,
Mm-hmm.
which I hope our characters don't have.
Oh, I already started picking this lock.
Oh, go ahead
So-
and give me the roll for that.
I
Yeah.
did.
Oh, they're connected. That's
Oh, he did.
that's nice. I'm also going to go around while he's doing that and give everyone my new favorite cantrip, which is Vigor,
Ooh.
which is
Really?
a +1 competence bonus on a single melee damage roll for everyone, including
you call
Sasha,
me?
who isn't here. I
Okay.
called you Vinegar.
Oh.
Call me a what?
A vinegar.
Now that works correctly. A 15 does not pass. You yank at it, and you can hear like the scrape of rusted metal against rusted metal.
This might just be the right place, because this is old as fuck and gonna take me a minute.
I can.
I
Magical.
can't hear you.
I could give it another try as well, but it's loud and requires some of my magic.
Let's try to
Oh,
keep
I'm
the
just-
stealthy route for a bit, but if it happens to be a problem, we'll
Huh?
use that.
Blah, 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 blah. Oh, sorry, I was casting spells at full volume.
Yeah, that was my ancient incantations. That just so happened to sound like Wi-Fi issues.
Yeah.
It's a coincidence.
Yeah, it still doesn't.
Yeah, if you're
do it.
if
Try
it's
one
really
more
really
time.
old magic, it sounds like
There we go.
dial-up.
That one definitely does. You're able to
Like-
unlock it. You're like getting pissed off, and you finally just shriek, and it just goes, like turns on you and opens.
If only Natari was here.
And
I
we'll-
am going to scan the room for traps as I step into it. Vic, can you actually help me with this? Or vice versa, actually.
Oh yes, I can.
Actually, I'll help you, because you're much better at looking for this stuff.
Right, that works.
You
I have a
step right
game
into the
pop.
room, and you feel the floor go right down.
I'm just sick of this. Why is it? Why can there not be a floor that doesn't go down?
I know, like I'm like Daxius and Gilgamesh both stopped, and I'm like, okay, very good. Very smart.
Like I can't look in the room if I can't move past people. Everybody's blocking the door.
You should be able to see in past them. Give me a reflex.
All right.
Actually, can I give one to throw Vic the ring of feather falling?
Don't throw the ring.
Oh, no,
Don't
no,
throw
no,
the ring.
the,
We're gonna lose it.
The floor doesn't fall away.
Okay.
You just feel a pressure plate.
Yeah.
go.
So technically that would be a 20 because of my feet.
Okay. You only take 7 damage as a firebolt emerges from the far wall, coming at you at about chest level and nails you. Like, you're able to turn away just in time to sort of deflect some of it into the wall where it explodes, but it still doesn't feel nice. That's still a nice slam in the chest.
Once we finish this, I'm personally demolishing this entire building.
Good idea.
You alright?
Well, if you want to step off of that pressure plate for a minute, I can disable it.
I don't know if I'm allowed to step anywhere without getting shot at or falling down a pit, but let's give it a try.
Back should be okay.
The pressure plate raises back up, and nothing happens.
Alright. Holy shit.
You're able to pry up the pressure plate, and actually what is underneath, you're expecting some sort of mechanical mechanism, but it's not. It appears to be like arcane symbols pressed into, like, basically there are like springs that go up and down, like weight to press it down, so when the two touch, it causes the magic to actually kick. So you're able to just touch, like, basically scratch the symbol to disarm it.
What?
Nifty.
Did you say there were springs inside?
At the corners, so that actually made the actual plate go back when there was no pressure on it, but what caused the trap was the touching of 2 arcane sigils. One on the bottom of the plate, and one on the floor.
Well, this trap was designed to last for quite a long time, so...
Yes,
whatever
there
in
was
here is
springs on
worthless.
the pressure plate. It must have been invented by a very advanced civilization.
You're able
You know,
to
kobolds make pressure plates too, right?
Looking for more traps.
You don't find anything else within the room. Even with your low light vision, you're able to see like where the actual spell came out of the wall itself. Kind of etched into the stone face are the symbology necessary for the conjuring and focusing of fire. The rest of the room isn't very... I don't want to say it's not impressive, because in a way it is. It looks like a records depository, just one that hasn't survived very well. You can tell where things... I guess if you imagine it, you can imagine somebody coming through and grabbing certain things, the way that books and scrolls and cases are knocked over or lying on the ground and open, that whoever came through here last did so in a great hurry.
Coming down for a ship manifest, gets shot in the face by a fireball. It's all in a day's work for these religious folks.
Can I pilfer through the bookcases to see if I find anything?
Hold on, let's double check. I'm gonna use detect magic and just like step in and look around for anything else magical, I guess, as well as just traps in the room. Anything.
Other than the symbol on the wall, which obviously without a trigger doesn't exactly fire, you don't sense anything else magical in the room. And from those that are close enough and are able to see a lot of the like open books and open scrolls, yes, a lot of them do have like accounting or records keeping to them, but some of them also include things like religious texts, things that are like chants or hymnals, things like that, mostly belonging to Vades.
Oh, so we're in the right place.
Seems like it.
While this is going on, I would like to sleight of hand through Gilgamesh's pockets to get back my wand of detect hidden doors. That I threw.
Remember, I had that.
Nope.
My perception's at +10, so if I get a 1,
I think he's got to hit the 20 to steal it.
you know,
So you would notice that.
you really could have asked for this back.
You could have
But-
asked for cigarettes. You could have asked
You're
for my
right.
trench coat.
You could have asked for those flyers, technically.
I could have. I was gonna say, but since you didn't, I would like to ask for a cigarette in exchange.
How about no?
Can I,
And you give me it anyways.
Well, it's too late. I already moved them into your inventory.
Thank you very much. I'll buy you a beer
can I
later.
read any of these?
Guru
Are these
Mesh is gonna-
Sorry.
I was just gonna say I wanted to search through the bookcases for anything that wasn't made of paper that might interest Guru Gamesh.
Some rocks you could eat.
Oh, he's a rock fighter. That makes much more sense.
Yeah, none of those are real teeth.
They're all
You
gold.
know.
I was thinking of the
Like a
guy from
14th
the
century
Neverending
grill.
Story.
So, fun fact
Yeah.
about springs, they were a relatively recent invention from the 1800s.
What word?
Springs.
Oh yeah.
Great historical accuracy is normally very, very good, and I'm always very impressed. So,
Yeah. Well, you don't find necessarily anything super valuable. It's well, the things here that are quote unquote valuable aren't valuable to you.
alright, that's fair. Back it up, boys. Nothing in this room.
As one final check, I'll just use this wand.
Or were any of the books in here readable, or
I think they were mostly destroyed.
Most like the ones that are open have mostly survived, probably just due to the fact that they were open. So those like surfaces are actually readable.
okay?
So, like I said, a few of the open, like actual like bound books, those appear to be scripture, hymnals, jotting down of certain ideas or thoughts, philosophical texts. The scrolls that are open appear to be primarily records. Money flowing in, money flowing out, the arrival of certain goods, the outflow of certain goods. They also list certain services that were provided by the temple, healing and I guess the identification of magical items, things like that. It's a lot of different stuff, but once the page runs out, it's like even if you try to like unroll it a little more, it cracks.
Okay. So mostly just their bookkeeping and things like that. What? I was like, am I able to remember off the top of my head what the date was that was mentioned, if there was one mentioned, way back when we were talking about?
Yes. Give me a
Yeah, I want to say that if I have the paper on me, I would probably just try to get
May
it out there.
3rd. I got it. It's May 3rd,
Yeah.
3rd era, 766.
That's it.
Yeah. So
Or
Gonna
May of
take that
3rd
out
era,
and-
766.
if I'm gonna announce the date and be like, help me find anything with that date on it. It doesn't look like there's much to look through, fortunately. So hopefully there's something.
I'll start going through some of the books.
Well, wouldn't they all up before we could get any real information out of them?
Can you repeat that?
Uh,
There seems to be some magical distortions in the air.
I don't know why I keep getting hit by so much magical distortion. It seems to be focusing on me specifically. I was thinking that perhaps I was wrong, but it looks like most of these books are quite a bit damaged, and I'm not sure that we'd be able to get specific dates off of them. But perhaps if we were to save some of the notes and come back later as we were planning on with the gauntlet above, we might be able to come back with a spell that can restore these without disturbing them completely.
I'm in agreement with this. If
I
need
thought the rest
be,
of
if
them
we-
were damaged. Was the problem. Oh.
Even if we can't find a spell that will repair these, I am fairly delicate with my hands, so in the future I can come back and look at these.
So maybe I misunderstood. The books that were open were still like in okay enough shape to be able to read some of them, but the
Yeah.
ones on the shelves were basically destroyed.
No, the ones that are open are readable because the pages that they're open to weren't disturbed.
Yeah,
Try
if you
to-
leave them
Yeah.
sitting,
Okay.
kind of just all the paper will just kind of mush together.
Yeah.
It's damp
Okay,
in
so-
here, so the moisture makes all the paper into one big brick.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I just
Yeah.
so basically those ones that were open are the only thing that's readable without some other outside force. Okay.
The records and accounts do have dates on them. They primarily span. One is like 748 to 749. The next one's like 755 to 756.
Okay. So then what we're looking for might be here. But we'll probably need.
It would put it within a few decades, it seems.
Mhm.
We can.
There's this passageway straight ahead of us, across the rubble.
And if I did
Do we
fix
want to
that,
try? Do we want to try the door below first, or go through the rubble passageway?
Nobody.
It might be equally a dead end, so it wouldn't hurt.
Yeah.
I am first going to... Vic, I'm going to help you if you can look for traps on the door. Actually, wait, no, you already did this.
Yes, the door should be safe. I checked that, but inside the room I can't make any sort of determinations quite yet.
Alright, well, I'm going to rely on you once we get inside.
So, refrain from stepping through this time.
yeah, that one doesn't give way, but the second one does. This one feels not necessarily like it was a weaker or poorer made block, but simply that it was just significantly more rusted or damaged.
Huh. Open up the door, step aside so that Vic can look in, and I will assist him.
Surprised that floor tile didn't turn into a pressure plate when I stepped on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take another look throughout the room.
Even
So
from
without
here, about halfway
29.
down the room, you are able to see a arcane symbol doodled onto the ceiling.
They're the only thing in the room that I'm seeing.
Trap-wise, yes, because you have enough,
Okay.
like, light that you're able to illuminate the entirety of the room. A lot of the contents seem to be similar, but what's odd is that you can see places where obviously people were doing some, like, studying or work. Once again, it's very obvious to see that people came through here, grabbed things, and, like, knocked things over in haste. But in the rear, you can tell that this room wasn't necessarily just storage of records and other knowledge, but might have been a part of a scriptura. What that is a place where monks would come to actually copy down books.
Well, there seems to be a bit of a magical sigil on the ceiling. Those can come clean just with a few scrapes, correct?
I might be able to disarm it.
Well, if
Right?
if it
He
Ooh.
did, Jim. He did.
Vic is all frozy again.
Mm.
reach the end of my polearm, if all that's needed is should I even bother?
You're back.
Should I just like leave? I can't finish
Now?
a sentence now because it's getting so bad. Even though we pay full price for internet and I have full bars.
It is
Try
type
turning your video off.
It is a wee bit cringe, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean it's only like a 12-core CPU that I got in there.
Yeah.
Not quite beefy enough to handle both a single $20 webcam and two screens at the same time. I mean, I don't know why I'm trying to stress my PC out so much. Fucking Christ, dude.
You kind of just have really high expectations.
Hi, what?
I said you had high expectations for your PC.
I mean, I spent like $2,500 on it, so I don't know why I would expect it to function for just basic, like, laptop from 2010 functionality.
Is it the laptop lagging or the internet?
It's not a laptop, it's a desktop.
Is it the computer lagging?
It's definitely the internet, because this, I don't know if there's no possible. Like,
and there he goes. On that note, I'm going to try and disarm the trap.
Okay. The ceiling here is like 10 feet.
Okay. I'm gonna. Hey Vic, can I sit on your shoulders so I could reach the trap?
I don't know if I'm allowed to answer that, but if you guys can hear me, then I both have a long stick in the form of my pole arm, and would be willing to lift him up if needed.
Okay.
All right. I guess what you like put me on your shoulders like a dad carrying his child or
Probably
something.
just, put your hands together and lift him up 1 foot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
That
be
works.
careful not to slip on the armor.
Yeah.
You're able to get up and use like 2 fingers to smudge it, and you think that that's enough once the actual symbol is broken.
Okay. I don't have to roll disable device? Okay. Well then, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. I'm going to... Has it been a minute yet since I cast the wand?
Probably.
Well, I'll cast it again then.
Sorry, say again, how long does that last?
A minute.
This is probably... You might be at the very tail end of it. So once you guys are like done with this room, it's gonna be gone. You don't see anything in this room.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah.
At least secret doors wise, excuse me.
Right. I'll go to the end, and I'll just scrounge through what's around. Anything notable?
Give me a perception. Okay. So, near the back of the room, among the remnants of what was obviously part of a functioning scriptorum, perhaps it was protected by the part of the desk which had crumbled, but inside one of the desk drawers, you can find a sizable, well of slightly silver-colored ink in a crystal vial.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Hey, Birch. Who's Pooch Birch? Sorry, I just had a brain aneurysm. Phoenix.
Bob, it's me.
This seems like something you'd be interested in.
Yeah, it could be.
I assume it's some kind of magical component.
Is it ink?
It is. Glittering ink of some kind.
Ooh, glittery ink. The best
Middle
kind
school
of
girls
ink.
everywhere are jealous.
If you would have
Lisa
opened up, your
Frank,
clothes
put your
are just
hat
covered.
Oh yeah, God.
That's the real weapon. You just pull out the vial of ink and the lich is like, no! I'll never get it all out of my lair. There'll always be some piece in some corner or another.
Like one of those torch pirate bombs with glitter, like fart spray and a bunch of loud sirens.
So,
That's
yes,
evil.
you
I love
are
it.
able to tell that the magical ink, well, the ink is magical. Maybe perhaps not in the same way that an item is magical, but that it is a pretty decent component that you can use in creation of other runes. Most likely, what is mixed with the ink is unicorn blood.
Yes, this is probably with a unicorn blood catalyst.
Wow. I'm sorry,
Just
you're...
to say, don't spread that around if we meet any unicorns.
Yeah,
Although none of you are... Well, you know what? I don't want to know.
alright, I mean, I wasn't expecting
just
to
saying
meet
they
any
might not be-
unicorns.
They might not be as ready to help us if, well, you just stares straight at Doxius.
Yeah, fair point.
Never mind. It's nothing to be ashamed of, just... Yeah, the method by which this was produced is probably not something a good person would do.
I'd hope not.
But it could have been blood given willingly, so... We'll just use it.
Probably
Let's
wasn't.
go with that assumption for now. Whatever it is, it's likely long dead, or long forgotten, if it is alive. I don't know the lifespan of unicorns, whatever.
Been a few centuries.
I did have magical ink on my sheet, I guess, so I should probably have known more about that. What was the price on that?
For this, because this doesn't necessarily fall into the same category as that.
Oh. Okay.
Do another quick scan around the room with detect magic, as well as just looking for anything that may have survived the moisture.
You don't find anything other than the ink, obviously, which is magical, and not nearly as much has survived in here. There was a single book open on the Scriptorum's desk. Actually, well, technically two, but one appears to only be about a quarter finished and seems to be something that was being copied from the other side, from the other book. And the open pages on that book appear to be a philosophical treatise on the preservation and, I guess, morality of keeping of dangerous objects.
Well, this is definitely a temple to base.
Let's say that the ink is worth 150 gold.
Oh, okay.
Did it get added to Fernix's character sheet? I did add an item into the bag of holding.
No, I didn't.
Okay, well, it's in the bag of holding, 150 gold.
That works. Well,
Should still be good.
it's
Seems sealed. Sorry.
worth coming through here anyway.
All right.
Suppose let's cautiously head this way.
I'll let you. I'll help you again looking for traps.
Yeah, looking for traps or anything in this room.
I mean, I don't have to roll because I have a +10 naturally.
Okay, I'll just add the +2 to the roll.
Many doors in this hallway.
Just real quick, I'm like, all right, this is where it likely leads into the Lilith's Manor, right?
I thought this was the temple.
I believe that's a different area.
Not sure if Gurugamesh pointed out where he entered into the Lutz Manor to you as players.
I just turned to Gurugamesh. Could you direct us?
I pointed out it's back in the back over in this first room over here where the X is drawn.
Ah. So the further in is unexplored.
So, Vic, you're standing on the top of the rubble, and you're actually somehow able to see a trap on the other side of the room. Mostly because there seems to be a hole, maybe about yay big, in the center of one of the tiles that none of the other tiles have.
It seems fun, but the rest is
True.
I am Groot.
Yeah, I was like, I didn't even get that much.
You know what? I'm gonna. How much longer are we wanting to go? Because if it's like more than a few minutes, I'm just gonna switch to my phone.
Wow, that's fucking bad. Holy shit.
Fuck.
So
Bad idea.
yeah.
I think so,
Let's
unless
just-
we want to quit here.
I mean, seems like a
Up
good
to you
place
guys.
to leave off.
I think it might be a good stopping point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
don't
want to
know
drag
what's.
people because it's 10:35, and I know we had a conversation about length. But I'm pissed.
Okay. Well, we can give some time for my internet to recover,
From the straw.
or for me to figure out how to get an Ethernet cable ran down here.
Okay. Alright, so I guess next time we will be finishing this up, and I guess we will see where our adventures take us. So, thanks to everyone who has been watching us, and we'll catch you all next week at the exact same time.
Yeah.
Bye, everyone.
Hope to see
Bye.
you guys again there.
Bye.